Deputy City Clerk. Pam, how you doing? We'll go to you for the roll call. And you'll want to unmute your microphone.
Sorry about that.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
Thank you. Councilmember Chua.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Fan.
He'll be joining us shortly, but he texted me he'll be here shortly, but we'll carry on here.
Okay. Councilmember Dominguez.
Present.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Montano.
Here.
Thank you. And last but not the least, Mayor Tran.
I am here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pam. Great start to 2021. And before we go to closed session, we'll check in with our city attorney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to know for the council and the public, we'll be adjourning into closed session to consider one item, which is the treatment plant dispute, otherwise known as County Sanitation District 2-3 West Valley Sanitation District.
There's some background noise.
Is it a humming?
I think there's background noise.
Can you guys hear me okay?
I think,
I don't hear anything, but carry on, Chris.
okay.
So it's a treatment plant dispute. It is a pending litigation case. I do want to encourage the council and the mayor to see if there's any public comment before we adjourn into closed session, but we will be adjourning into closed
So are
session.
we
One item.
on closed session? We're going to closed session now?
We're going to check public comment and then we'll leave this Zoom and then go to that other Zoom link. So let's see if we have public comment first and then we can go ahead and leave this Zoom link.
Did you hear that, Vice Mayor? Vice Mayor, were you able to hear that?
Why do I keep hearing background noise? I hear Ashwini and I hear Walter talking. Walter and Ashwini, can you stop talking?
Well,
Thank
let's
you.
check. Hold on. I don't even think they're here on this panel. So
Oh, you know what? It probably overlapped with the other one. Okay. All right. So
Other one.
what did you say, Chris?
Oh, I just, thank you, Vice Mayor. Just indicated that we're going to adjourn into closed session, but before we do so, we'll see if there's any public comment for the closed session item.
Okay.
And if not, then you'll leave this Zoom link and join the other one that I sent to you.
All right. Thank you.
okay, I'll check in with Pam here. Hey, Pam, do we have any public comment for the closed session item? Your microphone, please. Yes.
Let me go ahead and check, sir.
Okay, great. Yeah, maybe some sort of communication, if any.
Okay. So far, we have one.
Is it for the closed session or for a different public forum or closed session? Is it related to their closed session item?
I think this is public comment. Mr. Mehta has his hand raised.
Yeah, Commissioner.
Oh.
Mehta, hand raised, so I think.
Okay, we'll go. You know what? We'll go with the raised hand. Thank you, Pam.
Mhm.
Correct. Okay, we'll go to public comment here related to the closed session item, I suppose, perhaps. And so, Urvish Kumar Mehta.
Thank you. Rich Tran, I just wanted to let you know that about the December 15 City Council meeting. The City Council meeting, which was ran on the December 15, there was inappropriate behaviors found by the City Council member. The federal government officials were threatened, of a death threat. The conversation of inappropriate behavior and misdemeanors were seen. So I just wanted to let you know that, Rich Tran, that this is not the way the City Council meeting should be ran. And I also informed the city attorney about that what should have been the right side of a prosecution side of a action, to be taken on that.
What are you referring to? I'm not sure what you mean. Okay, well, we'll keep comments to 1 minute tonight. That was about a minute. I'm not sure what the reference was to, but come back with us. We'll do public forum. Let us know some details. All right, let's go to closed session.
Do you see me? Mayor, do you see me? Okay, where is it at? Can you see me?
Vice Mayor, you're still in the public meeting. You need to get the link back from Chris is the closed session.
Okay, can you see me? All right, thank you. All right.
Good evening, Milpitas. Welcome to tonight's Milpitas City Council meeting, the first regular City Council meeting of calendar year 2021. We are going to get this meeting back out of closed session in just a moment. I want to welcome everybody tuning in as we wait for a few more members of the council to join us here virtually. I want to welcome everybody across Milpitas on youtube.com and Facebook live stream. Thanks for tuning in. I know we got a pretty good crowd of viewers. I love going around town and hearing from folks who are tuning in and really getting engaged with our city business. And so welcome. We are here on the first Tuesday of January 21. Positive spirits, despite the great challenges in our world. We are good, and I'm excited to be here tonight to conduct some of the city's business. Okay. All right, let me pull up the agenda here. And it looks like we have a quorum, so we will be able to get started here. 1 second. Pull up the agenda here. Looks like we have, there's the vice mayor, okay, and then maybe one more person. Okay. Let's see. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. We just came out of closed session, folks. Thanks for tuning in. And we'll go to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz, for any announcements.
Thank you, Mayor. We had a discussion in closed session, but there is nothing to legally report out of closed session this evening. So thank you.
Thank you, Chris. All right. Next up here is the Pledge of Allegiance. Stand as you may. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Okay, and the next up is invocation. Tonight's invocation is presented by myself. What a great honor it is. I just want to take a moment of silence for all the people around the world that lost their lives to COVID-19 last year. And if we could take a moment in their memory across the world. Thank you very much. A somber moment, and I know we're going to kick off this year with our passion in public service to do all we can to mitigate all the negative and tragic and harmful things related to the virus. And so I'm very thankful to be part of this group of council members and the organization here at the city of Milpitas. We have everything in the hearts and minds, as I've said previously, so that we can really respond to COVID-19. Thank you very much. Next up here is the public forum. Public forum will be 1 minute tonight. We do have a lot of items on our agenda. And so let me pull up the participants. Okay, public forum. Thanks for tuning in, all the attendees on Zoom. Now is the public forum. If you'd like to speak, you know the drill. If it's your first time here, welcome. And we will take your public comments. some of the comments are not on tonight's agenda, and we won't be able to have a appropriate discussion for them, but we can possibly put them on a future meeting agenda. So we'll go to the virtual raised hands. Let's see here. We have Voltaire Montemayor. Happy New Year.
Sorry, it's Allison McDonald. I was asked to unmute.
Oh, okay. Okay, Allison McDonald.
Thank you. Happy New Year. I am here tonight representing the Sunny Hills Neighborhood Association, and we're very excited to be able to invite members of City Council and the members of the public to attend our first virtual breakfast presentation of the new year. We will be hosting the new acting chief, Jared Hernandez, and Lieutenant Matt Miller as our guest speakers on Saturday morning, January 9th at 8:30 a.m. They will be updating us on City of Milpitas and MPD police and procedure changes in response to Black Lives Matter, and 8 can't wait. So I hope you can join us. Info@sunnyhillsneighborhood.org to get the Zoom link. Thanks.
Oh, thank you very much, Allison. And for the first time in all of my time here at City Hall as your mayor, I will be there Saturday at 8:30 virtually. You know, for so long, I've missed every single Sunny Hills breakfast due to my commitment in the Air National Guard, reporting for drill the first weekend of every month. But since I've accomplished my enlistment, and my schedule is widely open, more open now.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, so I will be there every month. Yeah, and I know we talked about this, Allison. So I'll look forward to Saturday. Okay.
That's great.
Perfect. See, I got the invitation straight from Sunny Hills. So. All right, next up we have Voltaire Montemayor.
You hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, I have the problem of unmuting and stay muted. Anyway, the mayor, vice mayor, members of the city council, city manager and staff. This is Voltaire Montemayor. I think I'm echoing. Happy New Year, happy Three Kings, related to Christmas. The 2 vaccine formula are being taken now. Will be taken in our city. Both are believed to be greatly recommended. We're hoping that the prioritizing program is conducted or being conducted in good flow. I know we got to consider the hesitant, reluctant sometimes to consider versus the anxious people to take it with subsequent priorities and categories. I know the city will do good. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montemayor. Okay, public forum continues. If there's any member that's joining us. Okay, next up we have BJ Navarro. Welcome. Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome. Yes.
Hello, this is Barbara Joe Navarro. I wanted to thank the Parks and Recreation Department on their upgrade of Creighton Park. It's very outstanding. If the community has not been out there to view what has been done at the park, they should go out and check it out. It's phenomenal. And I have high hopes that the remainder of the parks are on schedule to be redone, especially Sandalwood Park, which is near my home. And I would love to get an update on the progress of the parks and where we are. Anyways, thanks Parks and Rec for great work. Thank you very much.
Yes, absolutely. Kudos to our Parks and Rec and also just as equally our Public Works Department. Just Creighton is a huge positive in a very dim 2020. And it really going forward here, we're so happy. And Barbara, you said it, you sure did. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, next up we have Irvish Kumar Mehta.
Rich Ryan, I wanted to mention about the December 15th City Council meeting. As soon as the meeting started, the law enforcement was violated. There has been a multiple law violation has been done for running the meeting. I wanted to mention is that the 11,000 vote that you have received from the city of Milpitas, you have to make sure about that, you become responsible for running those meetings and, having those inappropriate behavior shown on the meeting. That's something those all 11,000 vote, will be counted towards. So I wanted to mention here that having, doing something over the official city council meeting, you're liable for the Chapter 41 federal prosecution for the violation of those laws.
What act occurred? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Okay. Let me go to the city attorney here. Are you familiar with some of the?
Yeah, no, thank you, Mayor Trent. I don't want us to go too far off topic, but I'll just note that yes, I've received an email, and so I am looking at that from Commissioner Mehta.
Okay, yeah, send that my way. Definitely want to do the right thing, but it was 19,000 votes. Thank you very much. Okay, public forum continues. Any further virtual raised hands? Okay, great. That's it with the public forum. Thank you very much, folks. Next up is announcements and future agenda items. First, we'll go to our city manager, Steve McHarris, for any announcements.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I have a few announcements. First is this week, some residents will be receiving a postcard or an email regarding our annual Milpitas Community Survey. This is research we're conducting to measure our residents' attitudes regarding city services. It's an address-based survey conducted through online and phone interviews with a random sample of our residents. The survey information helps guide the city in making important budget decisions as it relates to city services, and it will include additional topic of the coronavirus pandemic. We thank all contacted in advance for your participation. The next item I have is, many of you likely noticed, we recently relaunched the Milpitas Matters via email. It is the city's bi-weekly newsletter aimed at keeping everyone informed of current city projects, activities, important community issues, as well as ongoing city work. Our intent is to inspire, inform, and engage our community through the various projects and activities highlighted in that newsletter. If you haven't seen it, please visit our city's website. You can go to the e-notification tab where you can choose to receive a copy of Milpitas Matters. And lastly, a little bit regarding COVID testing. We continue our partnership with the Santa Clara County in offering COVID-19 testing this Saturday at the Milpitas Community Center. Appointment times are between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. There are no walk-ins. We understand there's still a handful of appointments available. So as always, you can schedule your appointment online from the city's website. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager. All right, back to the other side of the virtual dais. Don't have too many announcements. Just really short on words this year, just really more about action. And even back to my inauguration, I didn't really give a speech too much as years pass. And, folks that have been here, all about it. So I appreciate you. I got some few future agenda items. First up, I want to make a motion for dumpster days for spring 2021. We've kind of explored this here and there over the last several months. So looking forward to getting dumpster days to happen here by the spring. I think our community needs it. And so I don't think we need to vote for it, do we? I think.
Yeah, that's correct, Mayor. No need for a second. We have your request, and I think if we just want to go down the line and see if there's consensus, or if there's consensus, then I think we could take that direction.
Great, thank you. And then next, I want to, for a future agenda item, I've been getting, notification from local businesses here in town, small businesses. Yeah, we're in January. There's a lot of annual fees that are happening. And so I'm not looking to waive anybody's fees here in town, but I am, for those that need it, maybe a postponement. A lot of businesses are really, if they're not already gone across our country, a lot of businesses are barely hanging on through this winter time. So if we can possibly explore postponing their city business fees towards spring at the latest, that'd be great. So I'd like for staff to come back and kind of see if that's possible. I don't want to disrupt our revenue streams, fee schedules or whatnot. I don't want to disrupt any of that. But if there's a area, I'd like for that to happen. Okay. And then third one is I'd like for our city council to really go over the budget top to bottom, left to right. And so I want to see on the February 2nd, first Tuesday of February, our city attorney contract closed session item, February 2nd, closed session item, city attorney related to a contract closed session. Thank you. And then my last one, I hate to go back in time. I'm not a person that dwells in the past. I'm always moving forward, but one thing I do want to explore is some of the very potential wrongful emails that were sent to us prior to our Zoom opportunity for our residents to call in. We're getting a lot of anonymous, very hateful and wrongful emails towards just staff and council and residents at the time. And so I'd like for our city staff to take a look at those emails on file, and if we can use some of our cyber expertise here in the city to track down those IP addresses. We want to hold folks accountable here. We don't tolerate that stuff here in Milpitas. Thank you. Let me go to the virtual raised hands. Next up here, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for the time. Happy New Year to everybody. It's so nice to see everybody. Great questions throughout, and I'm super excited to start this year. At this time, I would like to kindly ask our council on behalf of our community. There's been some requests that has came through our office, and I would like this council to bring back a discussion and an adoption of a pollination protection strategy to help protect our pollinators, such as our bees and our monarch butterflies that help build resilient ecosystems and enhance our urban biodiversity. And so I would like to have that discussion agendized for a future meeting.
Yeah, sounds great. Yeah.
Thank you. And Mayor, so kindly, I have one more. Would you like me to do that now or raise my hand again?
Oh, you have the floor, so as long as you need.
Perfect.
But
thank you.
not too long because we're on it.
No worries, I promise, it's just one more. All right, so the second one that the community has brought up, and I would like to come back for a discussion and adoption, is for us to revise our community garden strategy for Milpitas. And so I would like to have that discussion and adoption at a future council agenda.
Yeah, I don't see any opposition to it. Great, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, fantastic. All right, next up we have Councilmember Fan.
Yeah, I was hoping that we can update our My Milpitas app to include relevant COVID information and perhaps explore, for people to book their COVID tests and have the calendar up there and integrate it with the map that we already have on the app, and perhaps also reach out to the developers of the contact tracing application and integrate that API so that, with the next update on the app, folks who are already registered on the app and have signed up for contact tracing, they'll be automatically enrolled in that program that's already being offered and is being utilized throughout Bay Area cities.
I think that's a good idea. Yeah. Okay, carry on. Anything else? Okay.
No, that's it. Thanks.
Fantastic. What a great work. Next up, Councilmember Achua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I have three, but they're all related, but I still want to break it down so it's not too overwhelming. Number one is I'm really an advocate of ADUs, the granny homes, and I think it's the fastest, easiest way to do it. And I would like to add an addendum or amend the current ADU ordinance to, I think we passed this last year. Um, and to, I'm looking more on the unpermitted ADUs. I would like us to come up with a solution to a policy to entice, to attract, or to attract homeowners to upgrade or permit do the process of permitting their unpermitted
Like an
ADUs.
amnesty program. Yeah.
Something like that. And I
Yeah.
heard that in San Jose they're very successful, and we can maybe model that.
Yeah,
there.
definitely. Yeah, so that's great. I don't want to get too much into the conversation.
Right.
That'll be thumbs up, I think.
It's
Yeah.
more of a safety issue for the residents.
All right.
Number two is also I'm looking into really encouraging ADUs. So I'm looking at our city manager, maybe come up with a ADU Monday where the residents, they know that on Monday they can go and they can go call or whatever. It's ADU Monday.
Yeah, okay. What else? Carry on here. Let's see what else.
Number three, this is, I'm really impressed with the planning department. They were able to get $310,000 as a grant from the state, and they're actually working on a toolkit and a website for ADUs, for our ADUs. So in the next few months, we will probably see a prototype of it. My question is, I'm looking at the city manager through the CIO. How are we going to market this to our residents? Like a marketing plan for ADUs.
Great. Yeah, sounds great. Maybe bring back an item, a refresher on the ADU update where we're at. Yeah, wrap it all in.
It's really kudos to city manager and also the planning department, $310,000. So
Yeah, I
we're
know.
having this for free.
Planning department is on point. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. That's three.
Thank you.
I really appreciate you. Next up, we have Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So one of my announcements, as you know, I serve on the Santa Clara Valley Clean Energy Board of Directors, and this year they gave $20,000. The Board of Directors approved $20,000 in scholarship awards for local high school students participating in Santa Clara Valley Clean Energy's new short film competition focused on climate resilience. So what they're doing is they're giving out scholarships, and any teachers that are out there listening, or anyone else who knows some high school students that would like to join this film competition, contact Silicon Valley Clean Energy, and look on their website and it's there. So, and then the other item that I wanted to discuss was, this is going to be a really challenging year for us. We have to be creative in finding new ways to bring in revenue. And I'm glad you brought up about the budget hearings that targeted for February or earlier. So in the past, I have brought up the Economic Development Corporation. I really feel that we need to bring this forward as soon as possible so we can start asking different organizations to put money in that pot for community needs out there. So I'd like to have the city staff do the 4 hours to do research and bring it back to us.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. What a great idea. I love the idea. I see it happening in other places, other cities. It's exactly what we need right now. Great. Okay. Anything else, Vice Mayor?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right. Please, colleagues, if you could put your virtual raised hands down. My colleagues, plural. Yes. Thank you so much. It helps out. Yeah, I really like what I'm hearing tonight. Hey, we're working for the community, every single person. Bring it forward. Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, next up here, let's go to announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. Chris.
Thank you, Mayor. Just before we move on, I just want to make sure, so there was no opposition to any of those items. So for the full council's benefit, we'll be bringing back all the items that were requested. And then just in terms of the conflict of interest, yeah, at this point, I'd ask the mayor and each council member whether he or she has any personal or financial conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda. We'll start with Councilmember Fan.
None.
Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Councilmember Chua.
None.
Vice Mayor Montano. And Mayor, and I saw none from Vice Mayor Montano and Mayor Tran.
None, yeah.
Thank you. I'd also ask the mayor and city council to please disclose any campaign contributions of 100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into a contract with the city on tonight's agenda or any development project applicants on tonight's agenda. And we'll start with Councilmember Fan.
None.
Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Councilmember Chua.
None.
Vice Mayor Montano.
None.
And Mayor Tran.
None.
Perfect. Let the record reflect none to both questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. And moving on here to approval agenda. We're keeping it moving tonight, folks. Approval of agenda. Let's see.
One item we missed, Mayor, which is the code of conduct.
Is it on this?
Yeah.
You know, I must have a different. Okay, code of conduct, Chris, please.
Yeah, no, thank you. So I'll go ahead and read the code of conduct. First is be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language matter. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais, and that means pretty much in the entire city council meeting, which is here on Zoom today. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. And then finally, the council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It is on my agenda, actually. I'm using my iPad here. Scrolled a little too fast, but thank you, Chris. Thank you very much. Okay, approval of agenda. It looks fine to me. I want to look at one of my colleagues here.
Second.
Okay, we got a second. Yeah, I move it. You got a second by the vice mayor. All in favor, virtual call council member Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself as an aye. The agenda is approved. Thank you very much. Moving on to consent calendar. I don't have anything I'm pulling. I look into my colleagues. If I'll make a motion for the consent while I'm at it.
Actually, I do have something.
Yeah.
You can pull, I'd like to pull items C4 and C5.
Okay. You want to pull it, or do you want to ask a question and not pull it, or pull it?
Oh, no, pull it to ask a question. I wanted.
Okay, you can just ask it. You don't have to pull it.
Okay. All right.
So you want to ask your question for 4 right now?
No, I'll wait till it comes up.
Oh, okay. Well, we can do it now because we're actually not going to pull it. So when we approve the consent calendar, it'll be approved if you just have a quick question.
No, actually, it's not. It's intensive. So.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, both 4 and 5.
So that's why I wanted to pull it for discussion. It's a.
Okay, let's do that. We'll pull 4 and 5. We'll pull 4 and 5.
Yeah.
Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. C3, I really don't want to pull it, but if I have to, I will. But I have a request on C3. Is that okay?
How quick is it?
It's very quick.
Okay. You want to ask right now, and then that way we don't have to pull it?
Right. That's what I was trying to do.
Okay, great. Go ahead. I think we have our deputy city manager here to answer.
Yes. Okay. Well, because this is intended for the purchasing. Okay. Our city is one of our city hall, our city staff, our city management. We're one of the highest consumers in the city. We're a consumer. So what I would like to see is a list of all transactions that we transacted with in 2020 there are local providers and how much? What I'm trying, because there's a provision there on page 23 and 24 that that if there are, let's say, 3 bidders for a contract or any supplies, if the local provider is within 10%, and if they lower the price, we can give it to them, to the local providers. So what I'm trying to do is find out how many local businesses did we transact with last 2020, because that would be our baseline for 2021. What I mean by that is we need to increase it. If we can get more local providers, I mean, that would be great. This is also helping our local businesses. That's all.
Okay, great. Thank you. And, you know, because we have to pull the item, I would like to see our city staff connect with the Councilmember Chua after tonight to go over those details. But I do look forward to approving C3 tonight under the consent. Thank you very much. Thank you. We're gonna keep it moving here. Yeah, we're just gonna keep it moving here. I want to be very mindful of the discussion. Okay, so that's the consent calendar. We're pulling items 4 and 5 per the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano. I move consent calendar, pulling 4 and 5. Looking for a second.
Okay.
Second.
We have a second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor, virtual call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself is an aye. Consent calendar is approved. Thank you very much. We'll get to 4 and 5 after the leadership and support services, if we may. I think that'd be great. So we're going to item number 11, folks. Let's introduce ordinance number 65.150 regarding responsible construction. And so I'll welcome our city staff here. I'm not sure who to go to. I do see our city attorney with his unmuted microphone. So Chris.
Yes, Mayor, I will be presenting this item tonight. So thank you.
Welcome, yes.
Wanted to walk you through item 11, which is introduction of an ordinance regarding responsible construction. Next slide, please. So just as background, wanted to note for the council that in February of last year, a council member did inquire into and direct the city attorney's office to look into a draft responsible construction ordinance. It was provided to the council member from a member of the public. Shortly thereafter, the city attorney did provide confidential advice to the city council on that ordinance. In August of last year, the city council as a whole did direct staff to return with the responsible construction ordinance based on that earlier draft. I know that there was an agenda packet or agenda item rather in your packet last year. And ultimately we did continue this item from December 1st. So this will be the first time we get into the detail, but we do have something new tonight that I'll walk you through. So next slide. So the new option, as I think you know from the item that was in your packet last year, is that we had one ordinance, which was based on the version that was provided to the city attorney's office from the council member. Obviously, we expressed some items of concern to the council confidentially. With that, I did work a little closer with Councilmember Fan, who initially proposed this item and then got consensus from the rest of the council. And we did come up with another option that we think works just as well, but is less labor intensive, both on the private development community and then also on city staff. The original ordinance contained a lot of requirements in terms of what the private development community would need to provide to the city. And on the flip side of that is that city staff would then have to work extensively on verifying all of those requirements, having the tools available to research the issues that were essentially being disclosed by the contractor and developers. And that was going to be quite labor intensive. And so we expressed those concerns to you within the staff reports tonight. Option 2 is a little, as I indicated, less labor intensive, less costly for the city to basically implement and enforce. And I'll walk you through the differences between the two, but it is our recommendation tonight if the council wants to move forward with one of these options, we would recommend option 2. So next slide. So option 1, which has been in your packet and is based on the original ordinance that we did receive, what it does require is extensive disclosures. The short of it is that it applies to any private developer receiving financial assistance from the city. And it requires that that private developer make sure that their contractors that are working on the project, as well as the subcontractors that might be working on the project, disclose as much past labor history as possible. And I'll talk about what those disclosures are in a bit. In addition to that, it also requires compliance with prevailing wage and other labor laws applicable to development projects. And in this case, if they are receiving financial assistance from the city, prevailing wage law would kick in. We do indicate that the short of it is this option is really a heavy disclosure requirement. There's an additional provision within the option 1 ordinance, which would give the city quite a lot of teeth to enforce, which would be the ability to review records, the ability to interview employees, the ability to get on the private project site. And that is the pieces, I think, of this ordinance that becomes a little more problematic. One, you could see some pushback from the private development community, and two, as I indicated, it's going to require more staff resources and time to essentially implement and enforce. Next slide. So getting into the specifics of this ordinance, one of the big things it does require, obviously, is this disclosure requirement. And it does obligate a private developer to essentially, when they go out to bid for a private construction project, if any contractor or subcontractor is going to be performing work on that project in excess of $50,000, the disclosure forms have to be filled out and filled out truthfully. As I indicated, it also gives the city wide access to the project job site, as well as all the records and the employees to figure out if the working conditions are actually being enforced. Next slide. Now this is we're going to get over the next 4 slides into the disclosure requirements so that the city council has a good understanding of how onerous this could be on the private development community. And on the flip side, as I indicated, on city staff having to basically verify all of this information. So the disclosure forms would require that obviously the name of the applicant be included, any managing officer that they have be listed, the contractor that's on the project, their contractor license number issued by the state. It would require basically notifying who the project developer is, when the party retained the contractor for the project site, the date when the work will commence and begin. And next slide. Also, whether they have been found liable for failing to pay wages or benefits to an employee or for violating wage and hour provisions during the 5 years prior, whether they have been subject to any citations or penalties by the U.S. Department of Labor, the California Department of Industrial Relations, the California Labor Commissioner's Office, or the California Division of Occupational Safety and Health during the 5 years prior. Next slide. Whether they have been subject to any cause findings by the California Department of Fair Employment and Housing or the U.S. EEOC during the 5 years prior, whether they have failed to maintain workers' compensation insurance during the 5 years prior, whether they have been found liable for retaliation or discrimination during the 5 years prior with regard to a worker making a complaint regarding wage theft and other laws. Next slide. Whether they have been found liable for failing to pay payroll taxes during the 5 years prior, whether they have been found liable, admitted guilt, or have been found guilty of human trafficking during the 5 years prior, whether they have been found to have performed work without a contractor's license or appropriate license during the 5 years prior. Next slide. Whether there are any judgments, orders, citations that require the payment of money and have not been satisfied and are not subject to appeal related to federal, state, and local labor laws. And then finally, whether enforcement of any unsatisfied judgments have been stayed by a court order. Next slide. So as I indicated before, in order for the city to basically enforce all of these disclosure requirements, option 1 does give us wide discretion to essentially access the project site, the records, and the workers to basically interview them. And this is the piece of the ordinance that's a much more labor intensive for city staff, as well as for city resources and expenses. And so this is kind of why I think for the most part that option 1 is something that the city staff can't recommend tonight in light of the budgetary issues that the city could be facing with COVID-19. Next slide. In terms of enforcement, in option 1, there is a $1,000 per violation included, so we can fine an individual that is actually actively violating the ordinance. In addition to that, if there was a developer that essentially was somehow having an unsatisfied final wage theft judgment that we've learned of, then we could request the financial assistance that we have provided as a city back from that private developer. Next slide. And on this slide, this is staff's kind of thoughts in terms of the enforcement of this ordinance. And I don't know if Ashwini or Walter wants to take this slide, but the general sense from management and staff is, yes, it's going to be quite labor intensive, and the resources may not be there for staff to truly enforce all the terms of the ordinance as they exist in option 1. And I'll just pause there to see if Ashwini or Walter want to offer anything on this slide.
Yes, thank you, Chris. So we did talk to San Jose because San Jose does kind of do some work for us on the minimum wage ordinance. We talked to them about possibly taking this on, but because they don't have a similar ordinance, they were not really open to providing this service for us. So we would have to look at other options. We also researched some third-party options, but didn't really come up with anything. So we would actually have to bring on staff and provide training to be able to do this. Walter, did you want to add anything?
I think the only thing I would like to add is the training is extensive. It's a complicated body of work, and it requires special skills. That's why San Jose has a separate division just for that type of work.
Thank you, Ashwini. Thank you, Walter. Next slide. So now looking at option 2, this is the option that I think we can recommend to the City Council because it's less labor intensive on staff. It's going to require less staff time and less resources. But what this ordinance does, and the benefit here is that this ordinance actually applies broader. Option 1 was limited, and we limited it this way because of legal concerns. But what we did is we limited option 1 to private developers that are actually receiving financial assistance. So if you are a private developer somehow getting a fee waiver or somehow benefiting from the city waiving some fee that's due, you would have to comply with the terms of the ordinance. Now that's a limited pool of developers in the city. Option 2 is going to apply a little bit broader. And the reason for that is because it's less onerous on the private development community and staff, and we anticipate less pushback. On top of that, option 2 has been implemented in the city of Morgan Hill as of 2017, and we've spoken with their city attorney's office. They checked in with their building staff. Ultimately, they've had no issues with the ordinance in place. And so that's a positive sign for the council that it's been tested, at least under a short duration. And if another city within the county is working well with that language, we hope that we can also work well with that language. But it does apply more broadly to all private developers, regardless of whether they're getting financial assistance from the city or not. What it does require is 3 things. 1, essentially a mandate on a building permit as a condition of approval that they comply with the labor code. Second, it also requires that once they comply with the labor code, that they certify under penalty of perjury that they have complied with specific labor code provisions. And then finally, we as the city confirm that they have filed that certification. And if we have any information from the state that somehow indicates they violated one of the labor laws, then we have some additional authority to take some action. But absent that, those are the only 2 things staff would verify. And they issue a certificate of occupancy at that point, assuming a developer has fully complied. Next slide. So this slide gets a little bit more into the specifics with the actual language within the ordinance, and I wanted the council to have the benefit of this. But as I indicated, the first step with option 2 is a condition of approval included in the building permit, indicating that they do have to comply with the requirements of the labor code. And so that would be a requirement imposed on the applicant. Projects defined within the ordinance as any new construction of greater than 15,000 square feet, and that's not already subject to prevailing wage requirements or a project labor agreement or community workforce agreement. The second step in all of that, again, as I indicated, is that once that condition of approval is imposed on that building permit and the applicant has to comply, we as a city, once that compliance has occurred, we do ask the applicant to issue what's called a certification to indicate that they have basically provided information to their employees consistent with the labor code. And the 2 sections there are the 2 provisions that we would require. One of them deals with pay transparency, making sure their employees understand how they're being paid. And then the second provision deals with payroll stubs and some level of inspection of records, obviously allowing the workers to understand what exactly they're being paid for. Next slide. And then finally, the last step in all of this process is that prior to issuance of the certificate of occupancy, and for the council and the public's benefit, that's really getting a developer to actually be able to occupy the building with actual people. But before we can issue that certificate of occupancy, the city needs to do two things. And it's only two things, but one, just make sure that the project owner, the contractor, and the subcontractor have essentially complied with the provisions of the ordinance. And that would require that we look at that certification document. We make sure that condition of approval on the building permit was imposed. And then finally, if we get any information from the state labor commissioner that there has been a violation of the labor code, then we can take additional action, as I indicated, and potentially hold back that certificate of occupancy. But if we have no information from the state that's been provided to us or sent to the city, then we go ahead and issue that certificate of occupancy. Next slide. And so if we were to get into a situation where truly a developer did not comply with the ordinance, or if we get any indication from the state that there has been a violation of the labor code, then the ordinance gives us additional options. One, we can essentially demand the labor payment to make sure that whoever hasn't been made whole is essentially made whole prior to issuing that certificate of occupancy. If there's a dispute whether wages are actually owed, we could ask the developer to put up a bond so that once that legal issue is resolved, the bond either pays itself out to make sure that whoever is not made whole is made whole or not, depending on what the ultimate outcome is. And then finally, we would issue the certificate of occupancy, obviously, if everything was clean and they did comply. But if they did not comply and we had to look at these additional options, we could still issue the certificate of occupancy so long as we get confirmation that there's been a payment or a bond has been issued. Next slide. So with that, following the reading of the title by myself, we would look for the council to waive the first reading beyond the title and introduce ordinance number 65150, option 2. And I'm happy to answer any questions that the council may have on this issue. I would encourage the council to take public comment, but definitely feel free to ask questions of my office. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, I'm super stoked about this agenda item tonight. I really want to thank my colleague for bringing it forward. We'll recognize the person shortly, but let's, and this item is so great. We got some special guests with us here tonight. I love when an agenda item brings in community members that are just shooting stars out here. So let's go to public comment. First up, we have Ruth. Hey, Ruth, welcome.
Hi. Yes, I supervise the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement Legal Advice Line and the Workers' Rights Clinic. I want to thank the City Council for their prior ordinances and their consideration of this ordinance. Because of Silvery Towers, human trafficking, and the rampant wage theft, this ordinance is critical. However, we need more language here that specifically addresses a requirement for disclosure and payment of unpaid wage theft judgments before building permits and certification of occupancy is issued. The pay stub and the other requirement of notice do not focus specifically on wage theft. So at the end of the first bullet, we do need that no unpaid wage theft, and there's no unpaid wage theft judgments. Same with the second one, and that the permit does not issue unless that disclosure is made. And if there are, then they shouldn't be able to get it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ruth. The city attorney is taking the notes down. I'm sure we can work with that shortly here. Public comment continues. Next up, we have Tess. Welcome, Tess Brillante, if I said it right. Yes. Beautiful name.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Tess Brillante. I'm a community worker organizer from the Filipino Association of Workers and Immigrants. Thank you, City Council, for your prior wage theft ordinances and for your willingness to enact the Responsible Development Ordinance regarding construction wage theft. We support the passing of option 2, but with the addition of a requirement for disclosure and payment of unpaid wage theft judgments before building permits and certification of occupancy are issued. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. All right, great, great. All right, next up here we have Anil.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Great, thank you. First of all, thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council and staff for considering this item. It is extremely important, and I'm glad that Milpitas is the first city to consider it, and I hope that the city of Milpitas is very proud of that. Obviously, with situations like the Silver Towers human trafficking case in the construction industry, as well as rampant wage theft in the industry, this ordinance is really important. Prior wage theft ordinances that Milpitas has covered don't necessarily include the construction industry. And so we need this to deter wage theft and labor trafficking in the construction industry. You know, I personally am very grateful to see two options before the City Council, but it is important that for option 2 that there's an addition of a requirement for disclosure and payment of unpaid wage theft judgments before the building permits and certification of occupancy are issued. An ordinance that actually covers the projects that will be affected and that isn't just focused on sounding nice.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Okay, let's see here. Next up we have Philwina. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council and staff. Thank you so much for your prior wage theft ordinance. We know that wage theft is rampant in the construction industry, as shown in the Silver Towers human trafficking case. Option 1 is too narrow, and we support option 2, but you know, with the addition of a requirement that there should be disclosure of payment of unpaid wage theft judgment before building permits and certification of occupancy are issued. Thank you so much.
Very well, thank you very much. Okay, next up here we have Allison McDonald.
Good evening. I was very happy to hear that option 2 would apply more broadly to virtually all new construction. And like the others before me, I was concerned to see that it does not require disclosure of unpaid wage theft judgments prior to getting the construction permit and prior to getting the occupancy certificate. So I urge council to please include that language in option 2. And thank you for considering this ordinance tonight. We want Milpitas to be a fair place for everyone to work.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Okay. Next up here we have, let's scroll down here. We have Felicia. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I'm Felicia Gershberg. I'm a member of the Santa Clara County Wage Theft Coalition and co-lead of Together We Will San Jose. Thank you, Milpitans, for being a leader in combating wage theft with your past actions, City Council members. I appreciate that you are addressing wage theft, especially in the construction industry, which is a huge problem throughout Silicon Valley, especially for workers from marginalized communities. Milpitas can continue to be a model for other Bay Area cities. I'm asking you to pass option 2 of the Responsible Development Ordinance with the additional wage theft disclosure language that Ruth and others mentioned to ensure that it will serve its intended purpose of protecting vulnerable workers. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Really appreciate our guest tonight. Next up, we have Forrest. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Honorable Council. I am in agreement with Ruth's statement, and I thank this council for the model they provide to Silicon Valley. As a civil engineer, I hold a civil engineering PhD from Stanford University, and I have 25 years at all levels of the industry. I've supervised construction projects from a $10,000 kitchen tile remodel to a $200 million railroad that split the city of Reno in half. Literally, it was a 30-foot deep trench that you could fly a small plane through, like the Death Star. So I'm speaking today on behalf of the Santa Clara County the Santa Clara County Wage Theft Coalition, and I want to speak on the bonding that was presented as an option by your city attorney. I want to reiterate the value of that. As a construction engineer, I would have no problem posting a bond like that. I would see the value because I know that my workforce is going to be paid for their hard work, regardless of how much control I have over the numerous subcontractors and obscure layers of subcontractors. So please pass option 2 with the additions that Ruth asked for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Myrna. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good evening.
Yeah, sorry. I want to say thank you to City Council for the prior wage debt ordinance, and I'm here also from the Santa Clara Wage Debt Coalition. As others mentioned, I also want to support auction 2 with addition to a requirement for disclosure and payment of unpaid wage debt judgments. So I please make that a priority, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next up, Urvish Kumar Mehta.
For any city ordinance as well as the construction ordinance to work, what is important is the safety of the construction worker. Along with the safety of the construction worker, it is important to note that what kind of a construction that is being taken place. When the construction is being taken place, it is important that the municipal knows that what kind of a development and as well as the construction is being structured for. Whether the structure requires any type of what type of elements that is required to be made the building. Along with the safety of the construction workers, it is also important to make sure that those contractors be aligned with the wages and as well as the license work that is required to be accomplished for the development of the building. Also to make sure that when such kind of a work is being carried out, right set up of PPEs are being provided to those construction workers so that they can safely work in the building and complete the construction.
Okay, great. Thanks. Next up, Dennis Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dennis Martin speaking on behalf of the Building Industry Association of the Bay Area, representing Bay Area home builders. BIA opposes any wage theft or so-called responsible construction ordinance. These are bad solutions seeking essentially non-existent problems because wage theft is not rampant throughout the construction industry. But especially option 1 is a very unfair ordinance written in a very slanted way toward labor unions. It would essentially coerce a builder into a project labor agreement. It'd be very onerous, burdensome regulation that would be a nightmare for the builder to comply with, the city to administer. Even the city of San Jose hasn't adopted this ordinance. Option 2 is somewhat better, simpler, and if the council feels strongly that a wage theft ordinance is necessary, they should move forward with this one without the additional requirements. Thank you.
All right, Dennis. Well, all right. I appreciate that. That was a good minute. Okay, looking for public comment here, folks. If you're an attendee and you haven't spoken, now's your time. Going once, going twice. That's it. That's it. No more public comment here. Bringing it back to the virtual dais. Okay, great. To the city council. I do want to thank all the members of the public for being with us here tonight on this agenda item. Again, I'm very stoked about the item, and I want to give kudos to I believe Councilmember Fan. And so let's go to Councilmember Fan here. Take it away.
Thank you. I want to, thank you to the city attorney's office for working with me on this ordinance and getting a lot of the language cleared up. I also support the recommendation to go with option 2. I do have some revisions and I'll discuss them towards the end of my deliberation. But ultimately, I feel very strongly that option 2 is an option that is more realistically feasible, financially feasible for the city to proceed with in terms of administration. And when it comes down to it, cost is going to be a huge thing. But fact of the matter is, option 2 will still allow us to hold folks accountable in the construction industry. And this really isn't to burden the industry as a whole. It's quite the opposite. It actually, in my view, it creates a level playing field and is good for the industry, because when you have bad actors who really give a bad rep for the whole industry, you don't really want to affiliate yourself with them. And beyond that, it's really unfair competition when these bad actors who don't pay their employees and who don't play by the rules get away with it, while everybody else is trying to do good, honest work. I know that the economy has taken a huge toll, and it's hurt the industry as a whole greatly. The purpose of this is not to add more fees or any additional financial costs, but rather really clean up the process and create a level playing field. So not only will this protect the workers, it also benefits the builders by reducing the risk of legal liabilities that can incur when you have subcontractors who break the rules, as is sometimes the case. And when subcontractors do break the rules, it rarely does it get heard in federal court. And so they get away with it, and it's a problem. The point I want to make is the disclosure element benefits everyone, and it's implemented at the beginning of the building application process, where it's asked of applicants to self-disclose. The underlying notion is that it would deter dishonest practices and encourage people to really be transparent. And ultimately, what we are trying to address are problems that are pervasive. You've heard of some of it before. Earlier, it was mentioned elements regarding human trafficking, wage theft, obviously. You might think that it's an extreme scenario. And I think of just recently in Gilroy, when a husband and wife, a couple, was charged with human trafficking. They locked up one of their employees in a liquor store. He was undocumented. He was forced to work, and he was threatened with being tipped off to the Border Patrol, to ICE, if he didn't comply. And this wasn't related, or this isn't within the building and construction field, but it's not that far off from the kind of practices that came to light in the wake of the revelations regarding the Silvery Towers project, when actual human trafficking was taking place, where people were being forced to work off the clock. And the extent, the magnitude of construction workers, it certainly ranges. And perhaps the kind of abuses, the kind of violations that may be occurring within the city may be way far off from the extremes, the examples I used earlier. What we want to do is be able to prevent that from ever happening, because it shouldn't ever happen in the first place. But the fact of the matter is, construction workers are very prone to being exploited, and they are working right now. They work throughout the shelter in place. They expose themselves. And I think now is actually a good time to introduce this in relation to current events, because when contractors or even subcontractors are supervising these projects during this time, not only have they been engaging in practices of wage theft, but also disregarding quarantine and public health and safety guidelines. So it's all interrelated. And at the end of the day, we want to be able to give just a little bit of protections to folks who are working to make ends meet. Their construction workers are struggling to make their rents, their mortgages, pay their bills, and they shouldn't have to worry about not being paid, because it's all that they are working for right now. So ultimately, like I said, option 2, I think, is one that still provides that sense of security and protections for the workers, and also is allows for more I'm sorry, and allows for the city to actually realistically implement. So the changes that I would propose for option 2 are adding 9 additional words, and the changes are as follows. At the end of the sentence, in the first bullet, I would add this phrase. So I'm just going to read through that entire bullet. As a condition of approval for any building permit required for a project, defined in the ordinance as new construction of greater than 15,000 square feet, that is not subject to prevailing wage requirements and or does not have a valid project labor or community workforce agreement, applicants must sign an acknowledgement that they are required to comply with the requirements of the labor code. And this is where the added revisions come in. And that they have no unpaid wage theft judgments. And then in the second bullet, it should read, prior to issuance of certificate of occupancy or other permit to occupy new construction project owners, contractors, and significant subcontractors must certify under penalty of perjury that they have that they have complied with sections 2810.5 and 226A of the California Labor Code. And this is a revision here. And that they have no unpaid wage theft judgments. These provisions require employers to provide advance notice of the employer pay practices and to provide employees with itemized pay statements showing compliance with state wage and hour laws. So that's going to be my proposal. I'd love to hear thoughts from my colleagues. At the end of the day, it's about equity. It's about leveling the playing field, making sure everybody play by the rules, making sure folks aren't being cheated, that construction workers aren't being cheated, and builders aren't being cheated by their subcontractors, by bad actors, their competitors in the industry. That's not the kind of market that we want to really reward, because everybody is trying to make a living here, and it's gotten difficult in the past few years. It's gotten even more difficult during this COVID pandemic. And this is meant as help. Thank you for listening, everyone. And I really appreciate the feedback that I've been getting from members throughout different sides of the community, including from the building and construction industry, including from worker advocate organizations. There was a lot of work that was put into this, and I wanted to be mindful to address everybody's concerns here. This will, I believe, be continue to be a work in progress, even though this is going to be something that is fairly groundbreaking, relatively, in the sense that not many cities have actually done it yet, but it's certainly going to be a work in progress, and I would expect us to revisit this with changes in the future once we have some comparables and data.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. I observe your passion for the item, and I want to thank everybody for being mindful of the time as well. We are behind schedule, and as we move forward at this point throughout the evening, if we can do our part respectfully, so that we're not here too late this evening, and so that we can get through the whole agenda. But I will never limit your passion. I am also in support of the item and option number 2 as recommended by city staff. I'm also in support of Councilmember Fan's amendments there that he has stated. We also have a member of the community here, Ruth. She had had a couple of additions or amendments as well. I want to see if we can take a look at that too and put it all together to make the best policy we can. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor. First and foremost, I would like to thank Councilmember Anthony Fan for his work on this really important work that really goes back a while ago. So I definitely also want to honor the work of previous council members, including former Vice Mayor Bob Nunez, who worked on this, as well as I know other council members that did advocate it and started to put the foundation in order for this to become a fruition upon us today. I do believe that this is a historical moment for the city of Milpitas. Before us, we have the opportunity to show other cities and to lead and be a model for something as so simple as to ensure that our workers are safe. I do remember so vividly the Silver Tower project, and unfortunately some of the constraints and issues and emotional trauma that project brought for not only construction workers, but anyone in the industry. It's really unfortunate, the situation that we saw, that if we did not have this kind of policy in place, unfortunately could happen before our very eyes, which does include the slavery component, as well as the psychological aspects that some of the workers were facing, and unfortunately had a very, very sad ending there. So I really like that this policy, as Councilmember Fan said, it would be effective and it's definitely cost effective. I also would support Model 2 with the added additions of those 9 words, as Ruth so passionately and articulately mentioned to us, of why it's so important to add those 9 words into this provision that we have before us. 2, I like that this creates accountability to prevent, again, the labor trafficking, making sure that we are creating that baseline that we're able to assess. And again, this may not be perfect, but it's amazing that we're starting it and that we could be a model for other cities to follow. I would also like to thank the public comments and the private and public sector, as well as the construction trades industry, for their feedback and their support in moving this into the city of Milpitas. I do believe that it would level the playing field. It would be reduce the liabilities due to the subcontracting policies that we see, and ultimately it would just set good policy. And I do believe that that's something that we all truly want to implement in the city of Milpitas. And so again, thank you so much, Councilmember Fan, great work. And I will be supporting that second model with the 9 extra words added as a friendly amendment. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, looking for any virtual raised hands. If not, I'll look for Councilmember Fan to check in with our city attorney to go over it before we move it. So let's check in with our city attorney, make sure we have it all correct.
Thank you, Mayor. I did draft some language on the fly so that we can read into the record. There's a couple things I just wanted to note for the council. Obviously, the Morgan Hill model has been tested, which is option 2. But if we add additional language to it, just realize that we're doing something new and novel, which in my research, I don't know if there's another city that has done that. When you do something new and novel, you might just hear a little bit more pushback. So we'll see if we get pushback. If there's any legal concerns that are raised, I will definitely bring them to the council so you have that information. On top of that, just wanted to note the language, and so I'll go ahead and read that and what it would look like in the actual body of the ordinance. In the ordinance option 2, there's a revision, or an addition rather, to it's Milpitas Municipal Code section Roman numeral 3-32-4.00 under acknowledgement of responsibility. And at the tail end of that paragraph, we would add the language that Councilmember Fan has indicated, which is comma after the labor code section, and it would indicate that the owner, contractor, and any subcontractors have no unpaid wage theft judgments. So that would be imposed essentially as a condition of approval on the building permit, having them sign off on that acknowledgement. Second, in the next section, which is Roman numeral 3-32-5.00, we'd add an additional section down below indicating that the certification obviously has to cover 2 items. One which deals with the notification or the notice to the employees, or that they have some sort of project labor agreement on the site. But we'd add an additional section that says that they have to certify that the project contractor, essentially the contractor and the subcontractors, have no unpaid wage theft judgments. And that would be the two additions.
Chris, if it brings you any comfort, to my knowledge, Morgan Hill is currently in the process of updating their ordinance with similar language as well.
Well, thank you for that information. And I'll keep in contact with them just to see how that process plays out and if they hear any issues on their end as well.
Okay, great. I know one of our community members, Ruth, mentioned about, I believe, occupancy permits. Are we including that in there?
As part of the certification process, Mayor, if we include that additional language where the essentially the developer, the contractors, they have to sign off and say, look, we have no unpaid wage theft judgments. If for whatever reason, and we get information prior to issuing the certificate of occupancy, and that is a step that we need to verify, any information from the state or anybody for that matter that somehow indicates that there's a problem, then we can look at that in terms of additional teeth. But
okay.
This would require that they certify essentially that they have no unpaid wage theft judgment.
I see.
And
okay, great. That solves that. Just want to make sure we're dotting the I's, crossing the T's. I know Councilmember Fan is, I'm looking for Councilmember Fan to move the item. I believe Chris has read, that you've read, right? No need to.
Let me go ahead and read the title of the ordinance so you guys have it. Be just with the modifications that I read into the record, but what you have before you is ordinance number 65.150, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Milpitas, adding Chapter 32, Responsible Construction, to Title 3 of the Milpitas Municipal Code. And we'd be looking for a motion to introduce, waive reading beyond the title, and make the amendments noted by the City Attorney.
I'll move approval.
I'll second it. We got a motion by Councilmember Fan. We have a second by myself. All in favor, virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. The motion is carried. The item is approved. Thank you to our community members for being here with us tonight. I want to thank Councilmember Fan for chalking up another one on his tally board. Very, very happy with everything. Next up here, item number 12. Let's introduce item number number 12. Let's introduce ordinance number 309 to make corrections, clarifications, updates, and modifications to the Milpitas Municipal Code.
And Mayor Tran, I've invited Martin de Los Angeles, who sits with our Planning Commission. He worked extensively on this update with staff, and so he will present this item. This is really a cleanup item just to include additional language in the code or modify the code where we've had issues in the past, smaller issues, nothing of major substance, but Martin will walk you through the changes. And then if there's questions about kind of the justification for the changes, staff could speak to those because that's staff kind of generated the request for changes, and then we worked to basically draft them up for council consideration.
Okay, welcome.
Thanks, Chris. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight's item before you concerns the introduction of ordinance number 309, amending various sections of the Milpitas Municipal Code to make corrections, clarifications, updates, and modifications. I'm here to walk you through what we are doing for this item. So just as a bit of background, as the council knows, the municipal code is adopted and modified by ordinances that come before the City Council. The municipal code is the city's book of laws and regulations. When the council adopts an ordinance, it is provided to our codifier, who reviews the ordinance and makes corresponding modifications to the municipal code. So basically, the municipal code requires ongoing maintenance, and staff regularly reviews the code for inconsistencies in order to clarify and update language, clean up inaccuracies in the use of terms, and to make sure language is not outdated or incorrect. So the aim of tonight's item is a general update to the municipal code to provide corrections and clarifications and to make updates and modifications for purposes of general code cleanup. So I'll now walk you through each of the changes proposed by the ordinance. Next slide, please. So we'll start with Title 1, Chapter 2, subsection 3.12. This is our purchasing ordinance provision pertaining to contracting for consultants. The first change we are making is to include language that clarifies the process for evaluating consultant qualifications. This change is intended to address an inadvertent error in the previously adopted purchasing ordinance where some of this language is omitted. And the next change has to do with the contract authority of the city manager, which is found in Title I, Chapter 4, subsection 3.01. So we had some inconsistent language in this section, and the change is to align the city manager contract amendment authority with the existing purchasing agent contract amendment authority. This change was made previously in the previously adopted purchasing ordinance, and so it's also being made for consistency with respect to the city manager's authority to extend the term of a contract, make minor revisions, or make clerical corrections. Next slide, please. And the next set of changes has to do with code sections relating to the presentation, review, and settlement of claims against the city. The first change here would be to Title I, Chapter 5, subsection 1.01, which would amend the city attorney's settlement authority, where the amount to be paid by the city does not exceed $50,000 if the city manager also concurs with the settlement. The current settlement authority under this provision is $35,000, so this would be a potential increase, which is consistent with other cities in the region. Similarly, the next change would be to Title I, Chapter 5, subsection 2.01, which would also amend the risk manager settlement authority for damages or claims where the amount to be paid does not exceed $20,000. Right now, the settlement authority is at $10,000, so this would also be a potential increase, which is in line with other jurisdictions in the region. And then the next change that's part of this group is to Title 4, Chapter 1, subsections 2.02 through 2.04, and these are related to claims against the city. So basically, the California Tort Claims Act, which commences with Government Code Section 900, this governs the manner in which a local public entity must handle claims for money or damages filed against it. So consistent with the Tort Claims Act, the change proposed in the ordinance delegates the authority to the risk manager to perform all claims administration functions regarding the receipt, review, allowance, compromise, or settlement of claims against the city. The change was previously granted by resolution at the September 1 City Council meeting, which included a direction to staff to return with an ordinance amending these sections. So this is being recommended as a best practice to ensure that claims can be responded to on a timely basis. Next slide, please. And the next set of proposed changes has to do with the municipal code provisions related to parking on city property and in city parks. So the first change here amends Title 5, Chapter 100, subsection 10.15-2, which clarifies the authority of the police department related to the issuance of citations and removal of vehicles unlawfully parked on city property. This would be in accordance with state law, and specifically California Vehicle Code Section 22651. And then the next change requested by staff would amend Title 5, Chapter 100, subsection 10.15-4 to prohibit parking between the hours of 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. on any day in the Milpitas library parking garage. And the next change concerns the amendment of Title 5, Chapter 100, Section 12. And this would amend and add provisions related to parking in city parks. This issue was discussed at the Transportation Subcommittee last August, I believe, and staff was asked to bring forward an update to the code to the full council. So currently, with respect to these sections, parking is not allowed when a park is closed and there's no time limit during the day. No city ordinance exists to restrict or limit the amount of time for parking within city lots. So essentially, the proposed amendments would allow for overnight parking in city parks or lots and areas adjacent to a park, and limit parking during the day to 3-hour time periods between the hours of 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. of any day, so as to enable parking availability for early morning park users while also allowing residents to benefit from the spaces in park parking lots. Next slide, please. And so the last set of changes have to do with the code's provisions relating to property owner maintenance and the city's floodplain management regulations. With respect to property maintenance, the ordinance would amend sections 2 and 6 of Title 10 to clarify a property owner's responsibility for maintenance on the parkway adjoining the property. In general, the responsibility for maintenance of sidewalk and care of plants and trees is transferred to the property owner when an ordinance clearly and specifically creates a duty to pedestrians. So this change aims to reflect that. And the next amendment would be to section 13.02 of Title 8 to remove language that shifts private sewer lateral maintenance onto the city and adds provisions for sewer lateral maintenance. In general, the decision to take responsibility for maintenance of all, a portion, or none of a sewer lateral is generally a policy matter. So the city would be following the approach requiring the property owner to maintain the entire lateral. And then finally, the last cleanup change here is an amendment to Title 11, Section 15-5.1, which are the city's floodplain management regulations. So this change would clarify the requirement that improvements within the floodplain maintain a 1-foot freeboard above the base flood water surface. So this is a change that effective 21 is a prerequisite of the National Flood Insurance Program's community rating system for achieving enforcement of a freeboard standard for residential buildings. So this is the scope of the changes and concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Martin. We can go to, I think, first slide.
I have a question on the last one.
Okay, great. Please raise your virtual your virtual raised hand. Thank you. Can you go back? Forward, right there, yeah. Can you go forward one more? Okay, great. Well, I'm okay with the proposed changes down the whole list. I just do want to comment that the city manager authority will be raised for these two particular subsections. And so part of the controls we have here at City Hall is the finance subcommittee. As I look to approve this item as one vote, I want to ask any monetary items be sent through the finance subcommittee here on the city council regarding any settlements that may happen. Okay. All right. Next up here with the virtual raised hand, and then we're going to go to public comment after the council here. Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I just had a couple of questions. The first question had to do, I can't remember which slide it was, but it was regarding the overnight parking. So I'm not too sure if maybe you could move into that slide. I think maybe it was towards the end. There it is. Thank you. So two things right now. So this is just move an ordinance to prohibit the overnight certain parking that we are probably experiencing in the city. My question is, so are we going to be doing enforcement with tickets, or are we doing enforcement with towing? Or maybe you could help me understand what that process looks like if a car is parking there overnight.
Councilmember Dominguez, we are actually saying we could allow overnight parking. So right now it's not allowed. And with this, we could potentially allow it just in a few parks where we're seeing a lot of parking needs with higher density housing next to a park. And so this would actually allow the overnight parking, not across the city, but just in a few parks where we've noted that there's issues. But then during the day, we want to make sure that the parking lots are left open for people who want to use the park, which is why we're proposing timed parking. And then I will look to Chief Hernandez to respond in terms of enforcement.
Thank you very much, Ashwini, for clarifying that. I was wondering, am I reading this correctly? So thank you. I appreciate that.
And if we could have Chief Hernandez as a panelist, Micah Rochelle.
Well, just also to clarify, Council Member, the language that we've added in subsection 10.52, yeah, that would authorize the city to either issue a citation or tow the vehicle.
So my thoughts on that. So thank you so much. Ashwini, I like that we are thinking outside the box, and thank you so much for addressing some of the community needs in regards to parking, especially in some of the areas that we do know are high density and require some of that additional parking. And so I think it's a great idea that we utilize our public spaces to help alleviate that congestion in our streets. My concern is with the towing. I would like to see an enforcement on the ticketing, but I'm also very concerned with the towing fees that many times, unfortunately, does affect working class members and those who are in our unhoused community due to the different needs that they may be experiencing, especially now with COVID, where we are seeing a lot of the overnight. So I'm really excited to hear a later item on the agenda that I know the mayor has worked hard on, but I am concerned about the towing. So I would be a little hesitant right now to support the language that says removal of vehicles unlawfully. I would like to try to move more into a citation and really just exploring what those citations look like, especially we have reoccurring vehicles before the actual towing, because many times what just happens is the cars get towed and it becomes so expensive for families to take the car out that they don't take the car out of the towing yard. And so then they just get another car, and then the problem is just a reoccurring cycle. And so I would like to try to be a little proactive on that and see if there's a way with this language that does create a policy where the removal of vehicles is able to happen before some sort of citation. So I'm not too sure, maybe we could just clarify the steps for that. That would make me feel a little bit more better in moving forward these proposed changes. The other question that I had was in terms of the section where it talked about the pavement and moving that into a more clear responsibility of the homeowner for property. So both of them, this one I am a little concerned about because I do understand that city trees do cause a lot of havoc to some of our homeowners, in particular with some of the older homes in Milpitas, where the roots are really moving into the pipes and causing some serious damage. My question is, does the city have any records? I know sometimes the city does plant trees. Most trees are planted by the city is my assumption, but I do know sometimes we have sponsored programs where we go out and plant the trees. So I'm just wondering if there's any record of that for our city.
Tony, do you want to respond to that?
Yes, good evening, Councilmember Dominguez. If I could just get clarification on your question there. Are you asking whether we have records of all city planted trees, or are you asking if we have a program in place for tree plantings?
Yeah, so my question revolves around, I know like some cities partner with like My City Forest or somewhat to plant more trees in their communities. So my question is, could we just assume that all trees are planted by the city in the city of Milpitas?
Not necessarily, Councilwoman Davis. That's a great question. So we do have records of all city planted trees, but not every tree in the city is a city planted tree. So we do keep track of which ones they are. It is safe to assume that a majority of the city trees are majority of trees in the city are city trees. but not necessarily every single one. Now, regarding your question about tree plantings, we do have a CIP that council approved, which provides for funding for planting of additional city trees. We're targeting the vacant lots first. So everywhere where we have to remove a tree, we're targeting those areas for planting, but we're waiting for the right season to get started with that.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarification and that information, which is very helpful. I do have a little bit of concern with this one because a lot of times the trees that are planted by the city have been there for a really long time, and the roots just cause such a havoc for homeowners. And so I guess right now my other question is, the line isn't as clear, it sounds like. So now we want to move all of that responsibility over to the homeowner. It sounds like we want to expand the area of responsibility. Am I understanding this correctly?
No, and Tony or Martin, if you want to, we're just trying to clarify the responsibility right now is the property owners. But I think the language just clarifies some of that responsibility. So Martin or Tony, if you want to expand on that.
Yes, I can get started with some of the explanation behind it, and I'll address it from the impacts that it's been having on public works staff. So one of the main issues that we have here is that the laterals, as the ordinance is written right now, it is on the responsibility of the homeowner to do, and we actually work fairly closely with the homeowners when they do issue complaints of blockages on their sewer lines. The issue that we have is that we can't have city staff working on private property. So the area where these lines are located are private property, and it would not be in the city's best interest to have city staff work on private property. The other item that we have here is the way the language was written in the past. It did leave some area of ambiguity between who was responsible for fully clearing that line to make sure that everything flowed from the homeowner's toilets, to say, into the city's line. And there was a little bit of gray area in there about who was responsible for that. So the changes that we have here today really go to putting that section that is owned by the homeowner, fully putting that section on the homeowner, and then making sure that the city still has to maintain its section of the pipelines itself. So it just clarifies it that way when our staff go out there to do work, there's not a finger pointing that occurs when they get out there, which has occurred in the past.
So one more question on that. Thank you so much for that explanation. So let's suppose that is defined, but then the tree, which belongs to the city, the roots move into the private part. At this time right now, as the policy is written, would that be the responsibility of the homeowner, or would that be the responsibility of the city to provide some assistance to fix?
So this ordinance change, it does not speak to the actual what would happen if a tree were to move into it. It basically just clarifies that the lateral that's on the individual homeowner's private property is for that private property owner to maintain fully. They are to ensure that the line is clear, and then the city's responsibility to ensure that the main sewer trunk that receives all that sewage continues to flow accordingly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the clarification.
And Councilmember Dominguez, Chief Hernandez can respond to your previous question.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
I think.
Welcome, Chief.
Hi, how are you? My screen only shows the slideshow and Councilmember Dominguez, so hopefully you guys can see me and hear me.
Yes, we can
Okay,
hear.
outstanding. I think your concern, if I understand it correctly, is that your concern is that if somebody is parked in the park in violation of the hour limits, that we would go out there and tow it. But 22651I, which the city attorney's office was referring to in the one section, that requires there to be at least 5 parking violations on file before a vehicle could be towed, just simply for parking. Other scenarios where we may tow a car at first sight would be if there's a safety hazard. Maybe if somebody left it in the roadway, or it was creating other safety hazards by leaking fuel or something like that, that might be a situation where it would be an immediate tow. We could technically tow if it was parked in a handicap stall, but even in those situations, we often rely on citation first. So hopefully that answers your question. It wouldn't be a matter of somebody just parking there and then we take their car away. In fact, we had a recent situation where we had some vehicles that needed to be moved, and we had some challenging vehicle owners, and we worked with some community groups, and we avoided towing at all costs, even in that situation. So does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you so much, Chief, for that. It really does. And thank you so much for that added information. It definitely gave me some background, and now I feel comfortable moving this forward with knowing that there is a written code that moves in that direction of enforcement first before towing. So thank you, and it's so nice to see you.
Outstanding. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Okay, fantastic. We'll go now. Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. Stay on the same page. It's on Title 8, Chapter 2. Clarifies responsibility of maintenance for property owners with respect to parkway maintenance. So I'm a little bit unclear on parkway maintenance. Is that this including the sidewalk and the driveway? Can you clarify on that?
Yes, good evening, Vice Mayor. So the parkway maintenance that we're discussing here is the area between the roadway and the sidewalk. So it's that planting strip, as a lot of folks want to call it, that's between the roadway itself and the sidewalk. The sidewalk maintenance of this is still going to be the responsibility of the city where it's applicable. But the parkway strip itself, where the in front of people's property, is what we're discussing here. That's the parkway maintenance we're talking about.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. The other one, Title 11, Chapter 15. Just had a quick question on that one regarding the National Flood Insurance Program. Does that also include infill? That usually when new buildings or homes are being built and the elevation is not high enough, we put infill on there. Well, not we, but the developer. So how does that fit into that ordinance? Hello?
Good evening, Vice Mayor. This is Steve Erickson, the city engineer. So any construction within the special flood hazard zone requires some sort of mitigation, either padding up or infilling the ground or raising the building. And that's a requirement of FEMA. That's in our existing floodplain management ordinance. What this change is doing is really clarifying that internal mechanical equipment, electrical equipment within buildings would also require, or is also required to be raised above the 1 foot of freeboard. So this is more of a clarification that's been requested by FEMA.
So it has to do with electrical?
So in other words, it is a clarification that mechanical, electrical, and other improvements that are within a building are required to be raised above the 1 foot of freeboard, or 1 foot above the base flood elevation. Buildings already are required to be raised, either by infill, as you mentioned, or just constructing the building on piers, for instance, would be another option.
Okay, so it has it's totally different. I guess maybe that's where I'm confused with the word freeboard. 1 foot freeboard, is that what do you mean by freeboard?
Okay, so during a flood, you're going to have a water surface elevation of the flood water. That's what's called the base flood elevation, or base flood water surface. What we're saying is building first floor, any mechanical, electrical equipment, anything that could be damaged by a flood would have to be 1 foot above the flood water. That is the freeboard, that 1 foot difference between where we're saying you can build to versus the floodwater surface.
Okay, all right. So yeah, it clarifies about the. It's totally different than than what FEMA is requiring. So, okay, thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Montano. I'm looking around here for any further virtual raised hands on this item number 12. I don't see any standing opposition to any of the ordinances. Let's go to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz, as we would love for him to read the title.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll go ahead and read the title for the City Council. What you have before you is ordinance number 309, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Milpitas amending various sections of Title 1, 4, 5, 8, 10, and 11 of the Milpitas Municipal Code to make corrections, clarifications, updates, and modifications. And we'd be looking for a motion to introduce the ordinance and waive further reading beyond the title.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
All right, we got a motion by Vice Mayor Montano, second by Councilmember Fan. All in favor of virtual call, Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. The motion is carried. Item number 12 is approved. I do want to go to item 4 and 9, if I may, that were pulled from the consent. I really want to make sure we get those. And so let's go to item number 4. Vice Mayor, I think you had some questions, and we'll have our Deputy City Manager Walter here to meet the request you have. So C4, adopt a resolution reviewing and accepting the annual developer fee disclosure information for the Calaveras Boulevard widening traffic impact fee, Milpitas Business Park traffic impact fee, and transit area specific plan impact fee, and the storm drain fee for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2020. Vice Mayor?
Mayor Tran, I don't mean to take us backwards, and I apologize about that. I think we did see a hand come up at the time that you guys were making the motion, and I just want to confirm that we did take public comment on the ordinance.
Oh, right. Okay. Let's go back. Thank you for catching that. I wish we had a little bell for the hand, but maybe that's something I'll have to keep observing. So Vice Mayor, just if I may have some moments here, I'll get back to you shortly here. Let's go to our public comment for item number 12. First up, Ravish Kumar Mehta.
For item number 12, it is imperative that any flood or any creekside area or any flood area that is being identified within the city parameter or within any area of a city, it is required to be informed to the FEMA agency, and as well as the right set of certifications are required to be obtained, so that any flooding zone that is to be identified for any unforeseen events that is to be occurring within the city, and also to be taken care at appropriate level within maintaining the elevation within the city. That's how the certification required to be achieved within the city. And as well as it is to be reported to the municipal in order to update the ordinances accordingly, such that any flooding area don't require any maintenance or any kind of a safety work to be done, that is to be accomplished accordingly.
Okay, great. Next, we have Voltaire Montemayor.
Yeah, I think you could hear me now, right? Yeah, this is Voltaire Montemayor, Milpitas. Yes, all I can see, thank you all, the city and all concerned. I think this is for public safety and for the good of everybody. Yeah, safety and for the betterment of our city. Thank you all, but good night.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all the public comments for item number 12. I'm very glad we received it. Thank you so much. And then we'll go back to 4 here. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Tran. So this one is adopt a resolution reviewing and accepting the annual developer fee disclosure information. So the reason why I wanted to discuss this, I had some questions on the Calaveras Boulevard widening traffic impact fee. So when I'm unclear on the Calaveras Boulevard widening, is there a project that's Can you explain on that?
Sure. This is Walter Rossman, Deputy City Manager. I have to look at the report quickly. Okay. So it doesn't appear that there's a CIP attached to this project, but I will probably have to refer to Steve Erickson as well. But the report does not identify any project which is currently funded with that development impact fee.
Yeah, Mr. Erickson, how you doing?
Very good. Thank you, Mayor. So yes, page 196 of the current capital improvement program, it's project number 4258, which is Calaveras Boulevard widening. So that's an existing project. The estimate for this bridge, for Calaveras Bridge, is like $80 million. And so this impact fee is, as developments are approved in the city, the developers are paying that fee, and we're basically banking it, trying to get to the the $80 million cost. So I believe so far we've got about $173,000 banked. So we have a ways to go.
Yeah, I sure do. Yeah, this was brought up when Mayor Estevez was the mayor. There were talks about that, but that was way back in 2014, I believe. Okay, so we are collecting impact fees for Calaveras. Okay. So this takes me to, this is a segue to the Midtown plan. So I have asked before to our city manager about creating impact fees and to Ned for the Midtown plan, because this will also help us revitalize Main Street. This will create funding for the street lamps, infrastructure, especially that infrastructure that's been there since I think the late 19th century when Milpitas was first formed. And as you know, probably Tony knows that there's always a lot of breakage, the pipes breaking on Main Street and that old Midtown area. So when are we going to start collecting impact fees for the Midtown, so that way we can start to do streetscape in Main Street and the other areas? So that's why I wanted to bring this up, because I think it's really important that we start doing that. And what does it take for us to start developing?
Yeah, I mean, we can get a really short answer, but we're gonna have to agendize this.
Yeah, if you can agendize that, and because that's something that I think all the council wants to.
Yeah, so we'll do that. We'll do that.
Yeah.
But there is a storm drain fee here on the agenda item, I do see.
Do that, yeah.
And I think that could apply to Main Street.
Yeah, to all of Milpitas. So with that, I'm going to make a motion to accept this item and to also an addendum to also come back with impact fees for the Midtown plan, especially targeting Main Street, Old Street, Main Street. And is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second it. Really a
No.
motion to adopt the resolution and accept the agenda item as stated. And then we also want to another day on another agenda, take a look at the Midtown developer fees and such.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, so we got a motion by the vice mayor, a second by myself. I beat you, Councilmember Chua. Yeah, all in
That's
favor.
all right.
Virtual roll call, Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself is denied. The motion is carried. That's 4 for the books. Let's go to 5. Adopt a resolution amending the classification plan, temporarily suspend the car allowance for executive management employees. Vice Mayor.
This was a really quick one. First of all, I want to thank staff for being diligent and finding ways to save cost. When I saw this, I go, wow, they're really looking to find ways to save costs. So I just wanted to mention that. And also one more last question. So it says executive staff, executive management, including a monthly Yeah, executive management. Who are these executive management? How many people are that will be impacted? Yeah,
I'm going to say I think there's
Yeah.
about 17 of us.
17, okay.
Yeah,
So
approximately 17 of us.
that's a good savings. So I'm glad you guys are really doing your due diligence. So thank you. I salute you. So with that, I want to make a motion to accept that.
Okay, I second it. We got a motion by the vice mayor, second by myself. All in favor, virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself and I, item number 5 has been approved. And I do want to also say thank you to our executive management employees for continuing to take steps as we move forward here. And everybody's going to be taking steps together in one way or another. So that's a special one. And moving on here, as I go through the consent calendar, I do want to thank the MEA for item number 7. I'm going to keep going here. Down to item number 13, consider mayor's appointments of city council members as liaisons to city commission, city subcommittees, and outside agency boards and committees. I'll take this one here. I sent the final nominations for appointment to our city manager, Steve McHarris. There's a lot of continuity. If you've served as an existing council member, of course, and you've served on a certain commission or outside agency, more than likely 99% you're still going to be on there. I'm trying to pull up what I sent to Steve, or could be in the agenda packet. Notice it, but yeah, okay, yeah, I'll go over it real quick. It's pretty much finalized, but as with kind of how we've done it in the past, if you and another elected official here in Milpitas would like to trade, members can do that, and then I'll be happy to approve that and such. But here it is right here. I'll just go down the list here. For ABAG, primary council member Fan, alternate Chua, Bosca, Councilmember Montano, pardon me, disregard, Vice Mayor Montano. We're gonna have some, she served there prior. Cities Association is gonna be the Vice Mayor, except for the Recycling and Water Reduction Commission. That'll be a Councilmember Fan. If we can scroll down a little bit here, I don't have the, I'm not sure. Oh, we're not scrolling. We're gonna go for. Let me pause it here. Then, Cities Association will be primarily Vice Mayor Montano, with Chua being the alternate. Councilmember Fan will serve on the Recycling and Waste Reduction Commission there with the Cities Association. League of California Cities. We're gonna have Councilmember Dominguez. Maybe this is maybe it's like the first time seeing this, huh? Okay, well, great. We want continuity, and I really appreciate that here at City Hall. Stability, continuity, consistency. And then the alternate for League of Cities will be Councilmember Chua. Chamber of Commerce, it'll be Councilmember Chua. And then I'll be the alternate there as needed. And then we'll go down. Okay, great. Yeah. TPAC, I know we spoke about it. We'll have the Vice Mayor as a primary and Councilmember Chua as the alternate, and then we'll keep going down here. Yeah, I'm really pleased with the appointments. I think most folks got more than most of what they wanted, and so Santa Clara County Library Joint Powers primary will be Councilmember Chua. No, I spoke with the Vice Mayor recently, so yeah, we do have it here for the library, so it's here. Valley Water District, we have the Vice Mayor, and the alternate is actually city staff, and who else but Tony and Dove. I mean, it doesn't get better than that. Silicon Valley Clean Energy, Councilmember Chua. Looking forward to your work there. Then we have a staff member for Public Works. That'll be the alternate per practice. I think it's Elaine. How you doing, Elaine? Okay, great. Regional Interoperability Authority. We'll have Councilmember Dominguez. South Bay Older Stakeholders Group, that'll be me. VTA, Vice Mayor Montano, that's a very important seat through some very challenging times. We look forward to at the VTA. You got a meeting in 2 days, so yeah, you got your Wednesday off, huh? Maybe. Okay, keep going down. Okay, great. And then yeah, that's just VTA. And then VTA, the Policy Advisory Committee, we got Councilman Fan. I know he's pretty happy about that. So you guys are happy, I'm happy. Let's keep going down here. Really trying to read it, very small font, but I got my contacts in, thank goodness. All right, here we go. For the Arts Commission, it'll be myself. Community Advisory Commission, it'll be Councilmember Chua. Economic Development and Trade, Councilmember Dominguez is doing a fine job there. Energy and Environmental Sustainability Commission, Councilmember Chua, and that really aligns with the clean energy principle. That's a great match. And then Library and Education Advisory, Councilmember Chua. And I think that also matches with the Santa Clara County outside appointment as well. So Parks and Recreation, Vice Mayor Montano. Planning Commission, nobody, and that's okay. Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, we have Councilmember Dominguez putting in the years of being a liaison there. It's much appreciated. We like that. Science, Technology, and Innovation. I'm going to go ahead and take that one up for the first time. I'm definitely excited about that. Senior Advisory, he'll be Councilmember Chua. Veterans, that'll be me. And then Youth Advisory, Councilmember Chua. Okay, subcommittees. All right, City School Collaborative Subcommittee, continuing myself and the Vice Mayor Montano. CDBG, I am going to push for it to be discontinued. And you know, we've done CDBG every year for the short time I've been here, and I believe the council can work on it and approve it as the years past that we've done. Really, a lot of our recipients of the grants are pretty well established here, and they come year after year to really demonstrate their value to the community with these grants. So I don't see a need for the CDBG. I consulted with one person, the Vice Mayor, and she agrees with me. If there's any concerns about not having that, go ahead and shoot me an email. Then we can take it to a vote after a fair discussion. Next up, the Finance Subcommittee. I really enjoyed that. That'll be myself and the Vice Mayor. Housing Subcommittee. I think a really important one as we go forward here. We cannot not have a Housing Subcommittee, considering the eviction moratoriums that are going to be approaching us. It can be a total disaster. And so I'm excited about the two members I am appointing there. Councilmember Fan, and who's done a ton of work for housing, and Councilmember Chua. I think that's a great tandem, if I may. Two members that really complement each other. We have a lot of work ahead to do, whether it's with renters or homeless persons, unsheltered persons. And, you know, we talk about a homelessness task force. A lot of work's going to come out of that, a lot of great ideas that will become reality. But that's not the whole solution to the issues facing our city. I was talking to somebody yesterday. They said it just looks terrible over by 680 in Calaveras, just trash everywhere, things like that. And so the Housing Subcommittee, it's going to be probably the most powerful subcommittee this year and maybe during our elected careers. And so looking for huge solutions to come out of there. And I know the previous members, former Vice Mayor Bob Nunez and now Vice Mayor Montana, that was a whole bunch of great work that came out of there last time around. So we just have to keep getting sharper. You know, subcommittee is going to be huge. We're getting the best ideas in the world to come in here and take care of our town. That's what we deserve the best. So the Housing Subcommittee will be Councilmember Fan and Councilmember Chua. The Rules Subcommittee, I'm looking to discontinue that, kind of along the same lines of the CDBG. I really like how we've done business in the past efficiently with everybody's input. So looking to discontinue that. If there's any objections, shoot me an email. We'll have a fair discussion and take it to a vote, because this is all about the council. And lastly here, but not least, the Transportation Subcommittee. It's myself and the Vice Mayor. I guess we were on it before, and we'll be on it now and forward. And so looking forward to that. I appreciate Mr. Erickson and Mr. Chan for their support there. I want to give them a quick shout out. Okay, great. So I think that's all the appointments, huh? And I'll take any comments from the public first before I forget. Let me fire up the iPad here. Any public comment?
Let me check, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I see one hand. Urvish Kumar.
There's one
Mehta.
hand.
Yeah. Thank you, Pam. Yeah.
I think it is evidently important to structurize the city council as well as the commissions accordingly as per the new laws and the new acts that is being introduced. Say, for example, the Energy and Environmental Sustainability Commission. Along with that, there has to be a commission for the clean environmental strategy as well, which is going to allow the city of Milpitas to prosper with the required procedure to accomplish for the different tasks, to establish for the city to be cleaned. As well as there should also be a commission, which should be also overseeing the complete Milpitas Police Department overhaul, as well as the fire department overhaul under the emergency preparedness services as well.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Okay, any further public comment? Going once, going twice. Okay, I don't see any further virtual hands. That's it for public comment, folks. Thank you very much. Bringing it back up to the council here. Yeah, I'll look for the virtual raised hand, please. I do see your real hand, but I'm not doing that tonight. I want everybody's gonna do the virtual raised hand.
Okay, here it is.
You might try to do one of these things with your hair, and I might think it's a hand up. You might, Anthony. Yep, that's the one. Anthony's, I would say he's got some fantastic hair. He got fabulous hair. Okay, first up with the virtual raised hand, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for the time. I just wanted to thank staff for all of their support on the first half. As a council member, I have definitely felt very supported, and I'm learning so much from staff. And so I definitely wanted to just give them all a shout out, because I know they work so hard to make sure that we're successful in leading our commissions and our committees. Secondly, I definitely wanted to thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to continue my appointments on especially the economic development. We have done an amazing work, and I am super excited to continue in the second half as we face some of the most challenging challenges that we have ever seen. And so I definitely want to honor the work that all of us do. And I do hope that we move into a collaborative spirit, which I have no doubt in. And I know that I'm also continuing to learn. So please, if you guys have any ideas, comments, concerns without violating the Brown Act pills, please feel free to always email it to Steve. And I'm looking forward to having an amazing next 2 years. So thank you.
Fantastic. I appreciate the kind words, and I appreciate the good work you do. And for any member of this council or city, if anybody's always really or bringing forward good work, I'm always going to support good work. And so I look forward to more good work from all of my colleagues on these respective appointments. And shout out to city staff. It's kind of like the match day, if you're the staff person in charge of the commission or the outside agency, you get to see who your match is. We can have this cool feeling, enjoy the item, I guess. Vice Mayor Montano, go ahead. Your microphone, please.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to wish Anthony and Evelyn on the Housing Subcommittee, wish you well. One of the things that I did want to be as want to do as a chairperson was to tackle the probably put a cap on the HOAs. That was something that when that first came up way back in 2018 when I ran for city council, I wanted to really tackle or address the HOA fees because sometimes they're so high that it really affects a lot of the people that have to pay HOA fees. So maybe that's something that you might want to do. Hopefully, Evelyn and Anthony put some HOA capping fees or look into it, you know? So hopefully.
I would appreciate it.
I wish you luck. Because people don't realize.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that. Let's keep it going here.
Thank
okay,
you.
Great. So I'll move the item. If I don't see any further virtual raised hands, let's keep it going. I'll move item number 13.
Second.
We have a second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor of virtual call, Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself as an aye. Item number 13 is approved. Fantastic. And best of luck to everybody out there. And Vice Mayor will be tuning in on youtube.com for the VTA meeting. And we know you're going to do great. A lot of turnover at VTA, by the way. You know, a lot of those VTA board members didn't get reelected. A couple of them didn't get reelected. And so half the board is really new. It's new. And so I look forward to the Vice Mayor bringing some, you know, really continuity, being a leader here in this valley for so long. So huge impacts off of that item. So moving on here, item number 14, per request of Mayor Tran, discuss formation of a city homelessness task force. You know, I know it's Vice Mayor, if you could lower your virtual raised hand. Oh, great. Thank you. See, you got it. That was quick. But yeah, I don't want to take too much time on this item. I don't want to make it anything more than what it is, which is, I think, what we need to do here in the city collectively, all 5 of us here, you know, to support our community members. I go on Facebook and I see all the Milpitas residents out and about, bringing hope to the unhoused, putting Milpitas families first, which I appreciate. A lot of people are really doing it now and trying to do it, but it's a pretty deep thing to put families first, but I'll leave it at that. But I see all the residents going out. You know, my neighbor here, he goes out there with his daughter to hand out food and supplies and such. And so we really need to, I think, organize as a city to do our best and really organize our residents and our leaders out in the community. You know, I see a couple of former City of Milpitas task force members here, council, you know, Councilmember Dominguez and Councilmember Chua. And so look at you now, you're both have really risen to the city council. And that's what it's all about in the larger picture. I give kudos to every single one of us for really volunteering to do this job. I mean, you know, you talk about all the cool things and all the bad things, but, you know, I really give great credit to everybody here for sacrificing and their lives to, you know, really do public service. And so with this homelessness task force, I really feel that we need to apply this right now so that we can organize some of our best community organizers and leaders, and we can really put some resources possibly down the road, if the council agrees, on some of the efforts and advocacy. I think Councilmember Fan goes over to Assemblymember Osh Kalra's every holiday season to put together stuff for homelessness, right? I hope I'm not wrong, but, and so, you know, these are the things this homelessness task force can really come together. And, you know, our city staff sent a memo out, kind of a little bit of framework as to what the task force can do. Didn't see the water rate task force gone there, but it's okay. We, you know, that's something I benefited from my first couple of years with Councilmember Fan. You know, we really got to see the work coming out of that water task force and we did a lot of those things that came out of there. And so we are kind of in a group think, and, you know, I think more minds the better. And I know the council's, you know, really superb, but I really want to see our residents come together. We have very, very passionate interest for members to be on this homelessness task force. I spoke with the vice mayor, the one person I always talk to, just one. And she's all aboard with it. And I don't think I can cover everything this task force for homelessness can do, or its extreme functions, but we can really lay down some initial bricks here. Steve, if you could, geez, where's that memo? I want to go over the things that we need to check off. I want to make sure that we're not just approving this, but we have a better direction for city staff.
We have it up for you.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm looking at the bottom of it. Yeah, let's go to the bottom of it. There's considerations, yeah, for everybody. I have it here too. We can maximize it. And I really want to give a shout out to all our attendees, community members that are with us. I know we have a few that are passionate about this challenge we have right now. So those are our considerations. There are those bullet points. But before we get there, let's go to the public comments. When we go to public comments, I know there's folks here as attendees that are in the community, and I would love to hear from them before we, as a council, move forward. So public comments, folks, if you're watching at home, you're on Zoom, you got to be on Zoom. Go ahead and raise your virtual raised hand if you'd like to speak. If not, I won't wait too long. Okay, great. Allison McDonald, I thought I'd see you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Tran. I was looking forward to this agenda item, and I'm really wanting to thank you for introducing this to the council. And there are a lot of people that are trying to do some good in the community and help the less fortunate. And it really does require city involvement and coordination. Some members of the community have been asking for such a task force for quite a while now. And there are several people who are ready to step up and serve, because we want to partner with the city and come up with the best solutions to what is a growing problem. Members of Hope for the Unhoused have been going out providing food and other resources to the unhoused in our community over the last several months, and over the last few weeks have been seeing growing numbers of people living on the streets, living in their cars, living in RVs in Milpitas. And we know it's only going to increase with the end of the eviction moratorium in the new year. So we look forward to being able to collaborate and find solutions and help people who are less fortunate. So thank you very much for putting this on the agenda.
Thank you very much, Allison. Next up, Urvish Kumar. Dan, your time begins. Yes.
For any task force, in this particular case, the homelessness task force, the example is required to be set that, what homelessness task force could be doing within the city of Milpitas. Whether the homelessness task force would be having an eligible candidate, to be a part of the task force, as well as overseeing the entire homeless project within the city of Milpitas. Whether that would be supported through any nonprofit organization, whether that would be supported through any project, whether that would be a city, county, or a state project, as well as overseeing the entire requirement, the resources required to support the homeless people within the city of Milpitas. Also to consider that, if there is any homeless person, would require any medical condition or health, necessary health resources, that can also be provided through this task force.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's it with public comment. I don't see any further public comment. Thank you, folks. That's it. Back to the virtual dais. Oh, you know what? I do see another public comment. I'll do the courtesy here. Thomas Valori, yes. Just unmute. There you go. Yep.
Without getting too wordy, I think such a task force would be of great benefit to the city council and to, more importantly, the residents of the city of Milpitas, particularly those in the city that are in need of help. So I strongly hope that such a task force would be formed. And as I have served on previous task force, I'd be more than happy to once again step up and serve on such a task force. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow, that's great. I appreciate that. So that's likely to happen. Okay, great. Back to the virtual dais. That's it with public comment. Let me go to the panelist tab here. So I'm just gonna go down the bullets real quick, and then we'll go down the line here for the dais, whoever wants to speak. But the specific purpose of the task force is to create solutions to address or end unsheltered persons, unhoused homelessness persons in the city of Milpitas proper, or I would say greater Milpitas too. This covers all state or county property waterways. We need solutions. If they're really, I know we've done a lot. I'm thankful for that, but we haven't done enough. This is the biggest problem throughout our whole valley, and we have to do more. And I think the main purpose of the task force is to create solutions. And if we have maybe a dozen or less persons on this task force, a dozen or less, that's a lot of brain power, passion. That's not on the city's dime for each person. So the duration of the task force, really, we'll take it quarter by quarter. No way are we going to solve all our problems in 3 months or 6 months or 9 months, but we can take it a quarter at a time. The size of the task force, there's a lot of interest in this, a lot of great leaders in our community. I think the greatest ideas come from our community, not always the city council, if I may. We always kind of just represent the community, and the community has a lot to express. I feel like the community is really bottled up on this issue. I feel like we need to get this all organized. But size of the task force, no more than 10. We'll keep it no more than 10. We want too many people. Eligibility criteria and terms. Milpitas resident. I won't even mind having youth on there. Sometimes you get some great ideas, change the world for me. So really just Milpitas resident. Terms, this is not a permanent task force. It really isn't. Until we make some really movement on the issue, I hope that these task members, and I know they will, they'll come full force as long as they need to. Selection process for task force members. I'll be appointing every single person, but I will take nominations from city council members, the vice mayor. But I will be making nominations, but I will be taking nominations. Just shoot me an email. And the role of staff is to really facilitate, similar to the other task force. There is no role of any elected official on the council. No one on our council. I would rather not prefer. None of us, are there, because these are ideas that residents will bring to us eventually, to the dais, and so we don't need to be in there during those initial steps. But staff will be there, maybe 1, 2 staff members, Zoom it, I guess, and and just really provide a structure and provide the process to how ideas can be, research can be gathered and formalized through memos and those sorts of documents that will come to our city council. So I know that it is a very wide homelessness task force, a very wide purpose, but the problem is a wide problem. And, you know, I think we will learn more as we go. There's so many aspects to homelessness. It's just, it's ridiculous. And so that's all I have for this particular item. I want to go to the panelists here. If any of my colleagues would like to add, there's something I'm missing or you want to add, but this is major and this is key. This is what is the right thing to do in this regard. Residents are looking for solutions. Tens of thousands of people that go through town every single day. They are looking and they are observing. And not only are we doing what we're out here to do as public servants, but this really responds to a lot of the concerns out in the community on nextdoor.com, conversations in person. So we have the housing subcommittee that will be asked to do everything really to save the lives of others. And this task force is also going to play a part. We're all each individually going to play a part. We're going to work with our county supervisor. We're going to work with our state legislators. We're going to do more than we've ever done. And one of the components is this task force. I'll look to our city manager if he has any questions. Our city attorney if he has any questions. I don't see virtual raise hands from my colleagues, so I'll move the item if there's nothing left to be said. Okay, great. We have a virtual raise hand from Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for the time. First, thank you so much for your leadership on this task force. I think it's going to be a great addition, not only to our city, but really helps many of us. As you stated, we have outside appointments. I know I have been appointed by Santa Clara County, and now I've also been appointed. I have my first meeting on January 20th to really develop and execute a stage 3 of the county homeless plan. And so this is amazing because I am really looking forward to hearing some of those ideas. And so I want to share that because staff, if there's a way, I know there's going to be, these ideas are going to come through from the community, but I also want to note that the county is already moving on executing some resolutions to some of the concerns. So I'll definitely tune in to the meetings. So I definitely want to make sure that these meetings are available on our systems because I think it's going to be really critical for the city of Milpitas as all of us work together in partnership to make sure that we are aware of the conversations that are happening there. And I know sometimes they happen in a different room, but I know that we are in COVID mode. They might all be remotely, but I definitely want to make sure that this task force, if possible, could be public. Because as I said, I know as one member to fulfill other roles and responsibilities that have been appointed to me from the Santa Clara County Board of Soups, I am going to be looking at this task force for their suggestions, and they may move at the exact same time. So that is my only request, Mayor, is I just want to make sure that we do not miss an opportunity if there's an ability for us to implement some of those ideas into the stage 3 work plan of Santa Clara County. I want to make sure that we're able to do that. So I hope that I'm able to get your support and also all of our colleagues here. If you guys have any ideas, this is our plan. This is something we need to work, like the mayor said, together. And so if Milpitas comes at the forefront, just like we did today with some other ideas, I think it would be amazing for our entire region to be a leading city in making sure that that happens. So thank you so much, Mayor, for the time.
Yeah, you got it. And sure, I don't mind these task force meetings being on Zoom. Public, I don't mind on the internet, but I don't think it'll bother those task force members as much. I hope it doesn't distract them from their line of thought. Maybe it'll be productive for other people in the community to see our residents brainstorming and things. So yeah, out of transparency, it's fine. Yeah, I mean, just like if they met, you can ask Councilmember Chua, when you're on the water rate task force, was there task force meetings open to the public? So people can just come in and sit down and watch, or? Yeah,
Yes.
okay, great. So we'll
Yes,
do
they
that.
were.
Okay,
The
great.
only mayor, I think, I know, I understand what I think I got from Councilmember Dominguez and also from your feedback. We were on the water task force for 9 months, and then we made recommendations to the council after the 9 months. But I think since the homelessness issue is really ongoing, it's a live thing, and in conjunction with the Santa Clara County task force as well, I would suggest that maybe every quarter phase it in instead of waiting like 9 months or 1 year.
Yeah, I
Phase it
hear
in.
what you're saying.
Every 3 months they would make a recommendations based on what they found out during that time, and then prioritize it and then move on to the next 3 months. So it's live, it's fluid. And also I would suggest, like we did on the task force, we meet twice a month. It was hectic. It's you go there and you really work. So
Thank you.
it's a commitment from the residents to make
Yes.
it successful.
Absolutely, great. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, we all have to go above and beyond on this issue. I look to myself first, in the best ways we can. And, I think ultimately, not at the end of the day, but ultimately, ultimately, I hope our residents are pleased with the level of public service we're going to do here for homelessness. So I don't see any further virtual raised hands. I think, Steve, I think you got kind of the framework to begin with here. Is that okay, Steve?
It does seem clear. I think I'm just going to ask one real clear question,
Yeah,
but I
yeah.
think I got the answer through some of the dialogue I just heard, is that the task force will then be reporting out to the council, not to a subcommittee, but to the council directly.
Yes, to the council. Yeah, this is a prime time topic. And so, yes, thank you. Yeah, that was a good question. Thank you. But yeah, and I hope this task force makes, the workload easier for all of us, staff, council. I mean, we're really getting all hands on deck here, and it'll be productive and efficient, and we'll make sure it is. And so I'll move item number 14.
Second.
We have a second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor of virtual call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. Thank you very much. Item number 15, discuss City of Milpitas commission structure, including current term limits. This is hopefully a positive thing for our city. Being in my seat here, really my last 2 years, first time I'm saying that during a meeting, but my last 2 years, folks, I've seen a lot with the commissions, and whoever the next mayor is, one of the duties is to oversee the commissions and whoever the next mayor is. And so, one thing I realized over the last few years is what we had as the commission structure previously was working. And when we put lifetime limits, term limits, I should say, lifetime term limits, it really got rid of a lot of great members of our community that had been serving for so long, and we were unable to fill a lot of the commission seats, unfortunately. And so there's still these members of the community that have been here for decades, and they're just there, and they really want to serve, and we have these empty seats that no one else has voluntarily taken. And so I want to go back to the commission structure that was here when I first started, which means no lifetime term limits. We need people to serve. It's really unfortunate. when the new rules were put in place, and I was open to the idea. I mean, I voted for it. I was like, you know what? Sure, yeah, let's be open. And one of the sad things is former Mayor Denny Weisgerber, rest in heaven, rest in peace. The late Denny Weisgerber, he actually was on the Veterans Commission for so long, and that rule actually stopped him from serving. But no one talks about it. We did make an exception for him. I'll see you in heaven, Denny. We did make the exception for Denny, and he kept serving. I don't know. The policy says lifetime term limits, but he continued to serve to the very end. I still have his name placard in my office, but maybe this is a nod to him. I would like to go back to the old city commission structure, and there's a bunch of folks here in town that I would love to see back on the council, Arts Commission, Community Advisory Commission. You got some pretty great, passionate residents that even the tech, formerly telecommunications, but now science technology. You had, Albert Alcorn on there for so long. His son Tim is here in town, but Albert Alcorn was on there for so long, and these new rules messed it up. And these are the type of residents that we all really appreciate, the ones that just want to serve. And so that's my motive behind it. And we're going to fill up these commission seats. I'll tell you, the numbers are going to go up. We're going to be able to fill it up. Really, too many vacancies over the last couple of years. Really sad about it. And so this is a major item to be voted on. I'll go to public comment here. Public comment. Attendees, if you're listening, you'd like to speak on item number 15, please raise your virtual raised hand. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Okay, I don't see anybody. That's it. You had the chance. Back to the virtual dais here. If there's any comments from my colleagues, questions, I'll take it now before I move the item. Oh, you know what? I do see an attendee here. We'll go to the public comment here. Even though I closed it, I'll be righteous here. Irvish Kumar with the comment. A little late there.
Yeah, for item number 15, I think it is important to note that that any particular specifics, with regards to the law enforcement, as well as with regards to the judgment, with regards to the city council, all the matters to be referred to the city manager as well as the city attorney, prior to be taken into the consideration or to be becoming a part of implementation within the council, because any ordinance or law that becomes in effect within the city that directly applies to the people. So it is important that that always remain to be the priority, and it be a benefit to the people as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, for the public comment. Back to the virtual dais. Let's see. So I do want to clarify before I go to the vice mayor. I do want to get rid of the lifetime term limits back to how it was. But also with all the city commissions, I know we changed a lot of the names, sort of tweaked some names, consolidated names. We'll leave the commission names as they are. I don't want to totally go back. I'm fine with the commission names how they are. And so if anybody's wondering, I know we had different names before that we don't need to go back, but really the lifetime term limits. But Vice Mayor, if you could help me, I'm trying to think right now. What was that one commission that was supposed to get rolled into another? Maybe anybody on the council.
Okay, that was the Parks and Recs Commission, but it's really the Parks.
Was it the one that?
Parks, Recs, Cultural Resources Commission. Now that was added into the. We used to in Milpitas we used to have a historical commission, but it wasn't really a historical. It was called a.
I remember there was some commission that like those members were supposed to get rolled into another commission, but it was already full and those members got left out.
Oh, no, that was the Economic Development Commission.
Yeah,
Ashwini, please. Yes.
There were two commissions that were supposed to be kind of consolidated with the other commissions. So one was the Bike Ped Advisory Commission, and then the other one was the Sister Cities.
The sister cities, that was the one.
And that got rolled into Economic Development and Trade.
Okay, that's right. That's right. Well, I think we only thank you, Ashwini. I say thank you. See,
I was gonna say that, but
no longer. I was lost. Thank
let
you.
me finish.
But yeah, we only have one sister city right now, Dagupan, Philippines. We only have one right now, right? I think the other one's expired, so I don't think we need a commission for it. So, I want to go to the vice mayor. Vice mayor.
Yeah, I just wanted to find out, when will this take effect, and will they be contacted, the previous commissioners be contacted that they're, that they can apply?
So Mayor Tran, I just wanted to note for this item and the last item, if you guys do take a motion or make a motion essentially to see it move forward, we'll come back to you obviously with the formation documents or any revisions to documents that we need to provide to you. So it's not a formal approval tonight, but I'll let staff answer the question just in terms of timing and how quickly we can bring stuff back to you.
Yeah, right on. Definitely. Totally understandable. Thank you. Is that Vice Mayor?
That's it. That was it.
Okay, great. All right. Next up here, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for the time. I definitely wanted to kindly ask, as we are revisiting and discussing the commission structure, you said something that caught my ear earlier, which was our youth. And I know we have an active youth commission in itself, which I'm super excited that Councilmember Chua is going to be the liaison for that. I think the kids the youth is definitely going to appreciate your leadership on that. With your prior engagement with youth. So definitely I think that's going to be a plus. But I've also have found that our youth have amazing talents, and Milpitas High School does an amazing job with their clubs that really overlap with some of the commissions. And I know that there is a member limit, and I know that the conversation on commissions really took place right before I joined the council. But one of the things that I would really like to see is maybe adding an extra seat into each of our commissions that is youth. I think that is a missing voice. I do believe that they have a lot to bring to the table. They are our current. They're no longer our future. They are our present. And so I think that we have to really take a look at what they have to offer. I know that, again, looking at the rubric of commissions, I think that would be an amazing add-on. And I would like to kindly ask if you could please add that into your direction to staff to maybe add a possible seat to each commission that is particularly for our youth. So this would be, I would say, anything from 15 to, high school students. And so I think it would be greatly appreciated, not only for their development, but also, like you said earlier, I think that a lot of leadership comes out of the commissions. And so if we start them early, they could be the future council members and the mayor of their homegrown cities. So
That's a good idea. We'll do that. We'll take that friendly amendment, if that I can call it. Let's add that. I would like that. That's a good idea.
Thank you, Mayor.
It'd be great for community service for them and other benefits as well. So, okay, anybody else? Okay, I don't see any further virtual raised hands. So item 15, I just want to say it again here. We're keeping all the commission titles the same. We're going to get rid of the lifetime term limits, and we're going to add one seat for all the commissions for a Milpitas youth young person residing here in town. Except for the youth commission, I don't think we need to add another. Yeah. Okay, that's great. I think that's excellent. I think it'd be a great experience for young people. Okay, so that's pretty simple now. Hope to see this particular item 15 back in 2 weeks, so that we can start filling up some of the empty commission seats subsequently that evening. Okay, I'll make a motion for item number 15. We have a second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor of virtual roll call, Councilmember Finn.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
I like Council Member Dominguez's input, feedback. I on this one as well.
awesome. Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye. And
So-
I
I'm sorry, go ahead.
do have one, and that's why I had my hand raised, but I guess you didn't see it.
I didn't, oh, man,
So
what did you?
there were discussions about the name, so maybe you might want to change it, because I know some commissioners were upset about the name change, so you might want to bring that back.
We'll tell them to shoot me an email. Huh? Yeah.
Okay.
I'll try not to do too much here.
All right.
But,
anyway,
no. Okay, thank you. Myself as an aye, motion is carried. Item number 15 is approved. Thank you very much, everybody.
Mayor?
16, yes, please.
Could I just ask a clarification?
Oh, yeah.
The youth representatives, would that be in addition? Right now, all the commissions have 7 members and 2 alternates. So would we have the youth as part of the 7 or the 9 or X?
No, that's a good question. No, it'll be a standalone commission seat, not non-voting, just in addition to the 7. It'll be 8. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. Sorry, Vice Mayor, I missed your virtual raised hand. I'm sorry.
I needed to lower it.
Yeah. Okay, great. 16. Let's discuss a potential of amending Milpitas Municipal Code to require residential developers to include 50% affordable units and remove the option to pay fees in lieu. This is a really healthy conversation. And let's go to our city council member, Evelyn Chua, to lead it off. I know staff is here as well.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I just want to thank Miss Sharon for this write-up, and it gave me the information that I needed to kind of formalize the formation of what I'm really thinking. So that being said, I know Council Member, I don't know, Mayor Tran, can I ask through you, can I ask the city attorney? So
the floor is all yours, Councilmember Chua.
So
we're all here
tonight
for you.
Thank you. So I'm just formalizing this, Attorney Diaz, and then it will come back on an agenda, and then we can fully discuss it then.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Chua. The best way to do it tonight, I think, is yes, propose what you'd like to see. And then if there's consensus of the council, what staff will do is we'll look at those language changes, make sure legality is there in terms of legal compliance. And if we have any thoughts, we'll bring it back to you with potential changes and more information.
Oh, okay. So based on the feedback that I got from the Director of Housing, and it actually formalized the formation of what I was really thinking, which is one of the recommendations that was presented was, and that's exactly what I wanted to do for this initiative. Why am I agree with, I want to eliminate the in lieu fee for only for the, what do you call that? For only for the not the rental properties, but the ones for, hold on, please.
For sale.
What the ownership projects. So that being said, why do I want to do that? Because in lieu fee can slow down the creation of affordable housing. It is also an inefficient tool for more affordable housing. It also ensures low-income residents have access to high opportunity areas. In legal perspective projects, in lieu fees are not required as an option for ownership projects. Most importantly, we need more affordable housing. That being said, I mean, affordable housing, more affordable housing is what we need in our city. That being said, I will go with one of the recommendations on this write-up, which is remove in lieu fee option for ownership projects. We're not touching the rental properties, only it makes it simple and implementable, easily implementable. That's where I'm going with this. Now it's open for discussion, I guess.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Chua. Next up, we have Councilmember Fan.
One of the biggest hurdles to housing development and one of the biggest hurdles to added stock of a diverse stock of housing has been cost. And it's not just the cost of land. It's not just the holding costs affiliated with the length of time it takes to get a project to from start to finish, but it's costs associated with permitting fees, with the entitlement process, on top of the cost of labor, the cost of material, and it's been changing over the years. As I mentioned earlier in the other item, the industry is hurting collectively, and when you add additional costs, particularly during this time, as businesses are leaving, as folks are moving out of the Bay Area, finding homes in other areas where the market is more affordable because there's an influx of supply, because there is more building being created. It seems a bit counter intuitive to add additional hurdles to what's already a struggling industry. And that's why I have reservations about this, removing the option altogether. Ultimately, what it is it's an option for when folks can't, building the units on site is not a financially feasible option, because it costs the same to build affordable housing as it does with market rate housing. It costs us roughly the same for apartment units for rental versus ownership. You're using the same, for the most part, material. You're using similar labor. So if these factors aren't changed, but you change the fees, it's going to really restrict the amount of production, and ultimately that does affect not just the housing market, but it's also gonna hurt a lot of folks who are working in the industry. If we're not building, then we're gonna be losing jobs as well. So, I empathize with the impetus for this discussion, particularly as to the kind of concessions that we ask developers of applicants who want to invest in our city. But I'm also mindful of current events, of the current economic recession, and of the unintended consequences that it may have for the housing market. So those are my thoughts, but please don't take that the wrong way.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. Really healthy conversation, and don't even worry about it. The beauty of our council, we really focus on the issues. Next up, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor. And thank you so much, Councilmember Fan, for your feedback and those words of expertise out in the field. I know that you are very knowledgeable about this. And so I also hear Councilmember Chua's concerns, and I congratulate you on introducing your first idea. You're doing a good job. So with that, I actually am really excited to hear the idea come through. I do support the idea and in essence of I do believe that affordable housing needs to be a priority. I also understand some of the cost. And so I'm trying to find maybe a middle ground that maybe we could, I know it's really hard now with COVID, but maybe with staff, what is the stock that this policy would affect? Do we have currently any permits that identify any projects that would qualify? I'm just trying to see what would be the stock that would be affected in Milpitas. I would say maybe if you push it back like within the last year and the next, maybe like from last year and the next 2 years. So I don't know if there's maybe even a number, but just kind of trying to figure out what the stock is looking like that this would influence.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Sharon.
Hi, Councilmember Dominguez. Good evening, rest of council and mayor as well, and vice mayor. We can look at it more closely with our planning partners on the upcoming projects, but out of the 5 projects that have been approved by the city since the effective date of the ordinance, only one project has actually paid in lieu fees for. It was 1 unit and a fractional unit, just due to the design of the project. And largely all of the residential projects have been complying with the ordinance by incorporating the units on the site within the development.
Oh, okay. In terms of number of units in the project sites, do you know what the number is?
You mean the total of the 5?
Mm-hmm. Like I know it's a project. I don't know if a project is considered like one project is one, but is there a number of units? Maybe there's 3 units in that project one. So I'm looking for the total number of units.
I can add them up for the 5 projects,
yeah, no,
but
it's okay. I just wanted to see if that was, but no, the 5 units in itself, that gives me an idea. And then you said most of them are already incorporating the 15% affordable housing?
Yes, of the 5 projects that have been approved by the city, yes.
Perfect. So thank you so much, Sharon, for that information. So based on that information, it also tells me that those who are constructing in Milpitas and who would fall under this policy that the council member has brought forward, it doesn't seem like so many would want to pay the in lieu fees. It seems like they're building the affordable housing. And I do believe that the state is probably going to be bringing down more incentives for individuals to build affordable housing. So because of those numbers, I feel inclined to support the policy that's before us. And Thank you so much, Councilmember Chua, for bringing it. I think it's a very important one. And based on the information and the data that Sharon has provided, I do feel that people are building building affordable housing, and that's the commitment that we're all making. So I want to be a leading city, and I think this leadership, we can make that happen. So thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Dominguez. I'll go here, and there really are multiple, I guess, approaches to solving our housing crisis. I understand Councilmember Fan. You know, he's got a good point. The whole housing policy across the state, what we're doing here in Milpitas, there's just so many different ways to look at it. I am just fortunate. You know, we had an example here with Robeson Homes. They were able to do single family homes and still try to get in as much as 15% as they could. Really great, valiant effort, really. And so, you know, another thing is also, we should really have love for everybody. You know, this is the City Council of Milpitas, Anthony and I, that passed the 15% affordable housing ordinance. You know, and so, regardless of how we vote tonight, major kudos should be given. And we did that a few years ago, and that was a pretty big deal. Tonight, you know, I'm going to support item number 16 here, just because I don't want to look at the transit area again and know that there's 0 affordable housing units. I don't want to make that same mistake here in Milpitas. So I look over at the transit area, 0 affordable units. And it is what it is. Leave it at that. But as we go forward, you know, we have an amazing item before us tonight to really take a huge step. You talk about affordable housing nonprofits throughout our Silicon Valley. They'll be shocked that we're doing this. Is a very maverick type of item here. You know, this is a very strong item. It really is. Has so many implications. But really, ultimately, or in the end, I'm just like, if we don't, you know, if folks aren't building affordable housing, then what's left is all luxury housing. You know, I'm starting to study real estate a little bit more, and, you know, average homes over 1 million. New homes we have are like close to 1 million. And, you know, that's no chance for anybody that's working class. But, you know, again, there's multiple sides to this, and, you know, there's really no wrong answer on this one, but I will be supporting item number 16 here. I do see a public comment here. Let's go to Dennis Martin. Welcome. Hey, Dennis, how you doing? I saw you.
Thank you, Mayor. Dennis Martin speaking again on behalf of BIA home builders across the Bay Area. This also seems like a solution in search of a problem, because the city has been able to work with developers to build affordable housing. However, the option to pay fees is still a very, very important option to have in your pocket. One of the reasons is because fees, the city needs fees to be able to fund affordable projects that come forward from nonprofit builders. It happens all over the Bay Area, and those funds are supported by affordable housing in lieu fees. Council still has the final approval of an affordable housing plan. So even if a developer came forward and you wanted to see more affordable housing in the project, you could, you know, deny the approval of the affordable housing plan until they came back with a plan that satisfied you. Frankly, this sounds like a good idea, but it will overall be a detriment to housing. The results will be overall less housing. Projects are better with options, and so will the city. In addition, you should be aware that affordable ownership units are very difficult to feasibly build and market. And the market for the sale of affordable units in Silicon Valley is very difficult to find buyers, very difficult to qualify buyers. And the costs of the HOA fees, as the Vice Mayor was mentioning earlier, is very high due to the high cost of service. So all of those considerations make affordable ownership units very difficult to pencil. However, those fees can then be applied to the construction of affordable housing projects by nonprofit builders. So I encourage you, if you're going to send this away, to require feasibility studies to be done, to come back with all the information that you need, outreach to the building community, and make sure you're doing this the right way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dennis. I appreciate your comments. Healthy conversation. Next up here, we have Allison McDonald.
Good evening again. I really appreciate Ms. Chua bringing forward this proposal, as it is something that I know members of the community have been requesting. As Ms. Chua noted, the having inclusionary housing, one of the goals of inclusionary housing is to eliminate the creation of ghettos, so to speak. And it provides for greater equity and equality and diversity in our community. Very good for schools, for example. And I applaud the idea of requiring owner-occupied unit construction to include the 15% and not be allowed to fee out, as the member of the construction community was saying. It is expensive to build single family homes, and it's much more expensive, if not impossible, for a nonprofit or government agency to do so. But if they are being built alongside other homes in a new development, it's much easier to make that happen. So I encourage you to support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Allison. Any further public comment? Okay, great. I'm gonna stop it right there. No more late raised hands, folks. You're making it hard for me. All right. Okay, so we're back up here to the virtual dais. We've heard from all around. If there's any final remarks, virtual raised hand, looking once, looking twice, looking three times. I'm going back to Councilmember Chua for any kind of final remarks, and I will look for you to make a motion.
I'm going to make a motion, and I would look to Attorney PS to guide me on this one.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Chua. What I'd recommend is a motion to direct staff to return with revisions to the inclusionary housing ordinance to potentially remove the in lieu fee option for sale units. And staff can bring back additional information at that time, just in terms of, things they've seen, at least in terms of development, and just bring more information to the council so you can make a good decision.
So move.
I second that. All in favor, virtual roll call. Councilmember Van.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself is aye. The motion is carried. That's it for item number 16. Looking forward to that coming back. Item number 17, receive and direct staff on list of agenda items requested by city council members. Let me check in with our city attorney, pardon me, disregard, city manager, Steve McHarris. Hey, how's it going, Steve?
That's going well. And that list is before you. It is in your packet, so it's up to the council if you'd like to receive that list. If you have any comments.
If there's any items on that list, Steve, that you need our attention, we're all here for you. Is there anything at this time? I don't have the.
I don't believe so. Not at this time. I think
Okay,
I
that's
did
good.
recall one item was brought up tonight. It was one of the ones that Vice Mayor Montano brought up that is on that list. I think it was discussed a little bit earlier in the meeting, but thank you. It's on the list. It's so small.
I'm sure you'll. Okay. Well, you'll just.
And I just want to point out, as I recall, was number 6. Yes, the Economic Development Corporation. That is on the list. I know it was discussed a little bit today. I just pointed out it is on the list, so it is.
Okay, there it is
for
on the
us.
list. Huh?
Yes.
Awesome.
Wanted to move it forward.
Well, I'm sure we're moving it as much as let's move it. Yeah, I mean, it's coming up. So
There is one missing on there that I noticed.
is there? Which one?
Remember a while back, we all voted, well, the majority voted to the term limits for city council members from 12 to 8 years. I didn't see that. I haven't seen.
Oh yeah, huh? Is it on there? We did vote on that, huh?
Yeah, we voted to have staff look into that, well, to discuss it. Anyway, it's not on here. If you could put that on there, Steve.
They're looking for it. It might be.
Yeah, we're looking for it. Yeah, I thought it was on. I think it is in
on
there somewhere.
It is on the, yes, it's
Yeah.
on.
It is.
Sweeney,
Yeah.
can you see which number it is? Can you point that out? I know it's
well,
in here too.
I see it. It's right. No, wait,
There's
no.
no number. It's on page 180 of the packet. And it's like the third item. And I think the direction had been to kind of look into it after the prior election. So starting this year.
Okay, good. We got some time for that too. That would ultimately go on the ballot.
There it is. There it is. Oh, you just scrolled off of it. It was
They
there.
have it. Yeah,
Yep, it's there.
Okay.
it's there.
So we've not
But
forgotten.
yeah, we got some time for that a little bit. You know, that wouldn't be until next election year as soon as so. That's great. Now I remember when I first came into office, my first month or two, I did have the Milpitas Post article, 5-time term limits. I just want to put that out there. I did try. Okay, great. That's it for item number 17. Unless any of my colleagues have any requests there. I'll just be healthy. Any public comments for 17? You know, we're just the list. That's it. We're not really talking about anything in depth. Okay, great. Moving on to item number 18. I think we're good there. Any concerns with my colleagues? Very well. Okay, with that being said, I tread carefully as we get to the adjournment. I'm just something always comes up. Okay, we're here in 2020, folks. I am thankful for every person. I really want to recognize tonight our city staff, our department directors, our city clerk, Pam, deputy city clerk. Great job tonight, Pam. You know, we trust you with our minutes and things. And I just really want to recognize city staff at this time, outside of the city manager's office, all the departments. I want to recognize you and thank you and let you know that if I may, on behalf of the city council, let everybody know we appreciate you and your whole department organization. We know that you're with us as department directors every single meeting. It's hard to look into the chamber and actually see you standing or on your computer. I miss seeing folks in the chamber, but we know you're listening to us and you're watching us as elected officials, every single word, what we say about issues or our communications to each other as peers. And so, you know, I really feel cohesiveness, and I know our department directors and city manager's office, city attorney, you know, we're kind of living our story here in Milpitas. And so I want to thank our city staff for really being that organization and structure that's really keeping everything up here at this dais level. So I do see a virtual raised hand. I'll get to it next. Last thing I do want to say to the city council is, like I've said before, keep pushing good ideas forward. Some of the best ideas don't cost $1. I've seen Councilmember Fan put forward just a slew of ideas in the last several months, DoorDash, caps, and just things there and here. And so I really like tonight, and we can continue to say, bring the good ideas. Our staff, I believe we have the bandwidth for good, practical, efficient ideas. And, you know, we'll be happy to do them. I mean, when it's a good idea, I know folks take a lot of great pride being a part of it. It's like, wow, I get to, you know, kind of be on that final resolution, you know, and your name goes down in the history of Milpitas. So I want to encourage my colleagues here on the dais to shoot me an email. put forward good ideas and we'll make it happen. I mean, this is your canvas. We're all here on really temporary time. I know I'm feeling the vibes of I'm getting out of here in 2 years. I'm not, there's no other way. And so, make the most out of it. That same energy, I know Councilmember Chua has, being in her first year. I mean, we've all been in our first year. I've seen Councilmember Dominguez put forward rent control and renters' rights with some of the most fierce policy making I've seen in City Hall. And so, Anthony, same thing. I mean, I don't think everybody's doing enough, but I got to do more myself. But, I want to say one more time, bring it. We're not here to, not be amazing. So, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Mayor, for expediting this meeting and ending before midnight. So
11.
11 o'clock. That's such a great vibes.
We didn't go on till midnight, so I'm glad it was 11. Thank you.
We can do great. It's up to everybody. I talk fast, but it's up to everybody.
I just,
Yeah, let's go to our city manager. Anything left before we adjourn?
I think I just want to note that Councilmember Chua did raise her hand physically, so maybe.
Oh.
And I do not have anything to add for this evening. Thank you.
Okay,
I just
great.
want to thank,
Go ahead.
Mayor, sorry.
I'm sorry. No, please, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I just want to thank everybody for a very productive evening all over, from the mayor to the fellow council members and staff. And thank you for spending 5 hours with me on my birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday!
Oh, what the hell? Oh, what? All right. You want 800flowers.com. Here I come. All right. Oh, I see you. Yep, mine's through the mail. Okay, this meeting's adjourned. Have a good night, everybody.
Have a good night, everybody.
Bye.
Good job.